I will. Being as it's 10 o'clock, we are going to call the morning work session of the Klickitat County Board of County Commissioners to order. First on the agenda is Public Works Director, County Engineer Gordy Kelsey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have one item on your consent agenda, and that is the updating the equipment rates for our equipment. So the attachment to that packet shows both this year's rates and the previous rates, so you can kind of see what was adjusted. One of the things that we've historically done is include repair costs, major repair costs, so that can have an effect on the general hourly rate. Other counties actually pull that out and make road directly pay for those costs so that the equipment rates don't get inflated artificially because of a repair on one vehicle. So if we've had repairs on graders, large pieces of equipment that are really expensive, $50,000 to $80,000. And when you do that, it inflates those rates the next year for the equipment. So I think we're going to look at next year when we change this to take those costs out, those large major repairs that actually inflate the cost for all the vehicles, because it's kind of a random thing, and it's really not a planned cost like most of the other costs in the rates are for just general O&M and depreciation and replacement cost. So I think we're going to change that next year, but this is how we've historically done it. So you kind of look at some of the larger pieces of equipment that we use all the time, the 5 and 10 yard dump trucks. Their rates are not too much different. Pickup trucks we've actually separated those into classes. So our supervisors put on about 35,000 miles a year in their vehicles. And so the cost goes up for those vehicles. So you kind of see that we've grouped those and their rates are a little higher accordingly. Our graders are fairly close. They were $72 previously an hour, and now they're $78. Whereas the 10 yard dump trucks were 56 or 57 basically, and now it's 63. 5 yard dump trucks were $77, and now they're $79 is the proposed rate. So
Do you have something on this list that I guess I would say qualifies for what you're saying being an extravagant number based on a repair? Is there something where you can point to on this list that kind of makes an example of that, or do we not have anything currently that makes
most everything?
Everything?
Yeah, because the large repairs, we throw a rock into a radiator. Radiators for 10 yard dump trucks are expensive, and so those kinds of costs, or a transmission goes out, and that pretty much across the board, except for on the specialty items, they don't get used as much. But the stuff that gets used, the 10 yard dump trucks, the graders, pickup trucks, those vehicles, those rates are higher because of those repair costs in that group. All of them, I'd say, across the board.
Right. I guess I'm trying to figure out why you wouldn't want it in there if it's actually a cost of using the equipment.
Because it's more of a random event, you don't know. And so we go back like 3 years to kind of normalize that, try and flatten those spikes out from those repairs. But still, it's still inflated over those 3 years. So if you pay for those direct charge those equipment repairs, then your rates kind of stay at this normal level, and they don't bounce up and down from year to year.
If I may, I did have a question in here. The only one that jumped out at me, and I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation, was in the pickups, the facilities pickups. Why is it $3,000 a month versus
2,000.
it was 2,000, and then the director pickup is 700 a month, and the engineers pickups are 640. What's the facility? Are these special pickups?
They are kind of special. They're kind of how we work this is we use them up in road, and then when there's still some life left in them, but there's more repairs. This is another case where there's more repairs because they're older, and high mileage, so there's more work on them. So that's, we continue to keep them in the fleet, but we just kind of pass them down. And overall, the cost is less, but it's, there's still a cost because of the higher expense on repairs.
Okay,
That's still
that's still $3,000 a month. How many facilities pickups are there?
Depends on the time of year. So in the summer times, we'll use them more on the roadside. So we might, and it just depends. But they only have 4 or 5 guys, so yeah, that's how many there'd
What's
be.
$36,000 a year? Seems pretty high. I mean, you could go buy a new truck every 2 years for that.
Well, they have a couple vehicles, so I think it's like, there's like 3 that are,
And that's
This
the
rate.
group is $3,000 a month for
yeah, for the
facilities
group,
pickup?
yeah.
Oh, so that's all 3 of
That's
them?
all 3 of them.
Well,
Or, well, that's,
Yeah.
I
I don't know.
Because
I'll
it
have
seems
to
like it'd be
clarify.
cheaper to just buy everybody new pickups would be
Hey,
cheaper.
don't give them any ideas.
Pam might be online
Yeah,
and
that was the only thing that stood out to
Yeah.
me, because it seemed like an outlier to me that, why is every other pickup $600 to $700 a month? But
Well-
the facilities
Well,
pickups.
because that one has an
More.
S at the end of pickup.
So it's really
The
$1,000.
other one says
yeah, it might
pickup.
be, it
Looking
might,
at it.
Okay,
You're looking at
Pickups.
$250 or
5.
more.
It's 5 pickups.
Can I talk?
Well, that's a
Whoa,
fleet.
whoa,
I think
Sorry.
Pam's here.
7,700?
So it is $500 a month for each pickup that they actually have. And right now they have 6 pickups. So
okay.
that's why it's a 3,000.
All right.
A group.
It's cheaper.
Okay.
for pickup. Don't go run out and buy new pickups.
Well, I was just, the
The S is important.
an
on
engineer's
thanks.
pickup 600 and
the
a
S,
facilities
yes.
pickups 3,000. Everybody's an engineer now. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Pam.
Yeah, thanks, Pam. Okay. We have one pay estimate, and that's for the heating and air conditioning equipment at the Pioneer Center. And we actually did receive all the rest of the equipment, so we're trying to get them out there in the next couple of weeks to replace those units. Some of the units, if you remember last summer, we lost them. They're in senior services, and so we've had temporary units down there. It'd be really nice not to have to roll those out and try and cool that space with those small temporary units again this year. So if we can get them out there, we will. Let's see, grant-funded signs and guideposts, no change. We're done with the work, just working on a punch list. Roosevelt grade paving project, still working with the contractor to resolve the out-of-spec material, and they have punch list items. Courtney Road, so I handed you out some photos, went out there last week, and it's kind of a good time to go out there because they're really moving lots of dirt and things have changed now. So I don't know what's the front or the back. So the excavators and the dump trucks, the off-road dump trucks are big. They're big equipment. And the one photo, you can kind of see this, there's an off-road dump truck here in the bottom photo. That in that location there, they've moved a lot of dirt already, but they have another 25 feet to cut. So we're moving a lot of dirt. And that's, if you flip the page, this will kind of throw you. Actually, I don't know how we did this, but this bottom photo is actually reversed, like a, yeah. Yeah. No. So, but anyway, that's the new alignment essentially. So they're pioneering it in and they actually have it open. So they're making loops down the old road, which is a 1 lane, and then coming back up and building the grade. So they're excavating the material at the top of the hill and just making a big loop. So now they've picked up, but I bet they have still another couple months worth of dirt work in this. It's a big job. So, but they did finish the wall at the top of the slope. So that's done and ready to excavate and build the rest of the road up there. But they're kind of focusing on this big cut.
This thing's still scheduled to be completed this year and not,
I think they'd like to, but we'll see.
okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah, we'd like them to as well. I think we're all hoping that they
And with
get,
full crews, or are they down people?
no, they're full right now.
Okay.
So they have a lot of equipment and truck drivers and everything's going out there.
They ever get the
I like
theft
their
problem fixed?
I would not want their fuel bill.
The theft problem of their job boxes, and did they end up fencing those in, or how did that ended up?
With the bicyclists,
Well, I don't know. I thought didn't they have somebody
They were gonna,
steal
they were
their
talking about
contractor's
putting
equipment?
gates up.
yeah, they don't have those up, but we have, we still have after hours and people trying to come through during the time they're working. Yeah, it's still an issue. So I think as things open up, and they run them off, but I don't think they're real happy about going somewhere else. But as the weather gets better and the snow melts, they'll move to another location. The bikers will, which is really the challenge.
Well, but they'll move when Krebs closes their ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of trails up there.
All right, on the road design side of things, we're working on finalizing the plans and specs for the Klickitat path. We're gonna have a contractor do the concrete work, and our crews will shape and pave the path. The courthouse parking lots, we're trying to get that out for advertisement this month. Got most of it together, so we should be getting out to ad shortly. Small Works guardrail, we're waiting on Frank Gurney to finalize some of the contract items, and some of the rail they're having trouble getting in. There might be a little bit delay getting in the rusted rail, Natina stained. It comes from one company in the United States and they're backlogged right now. Let's see, the bridge call for projects we submitted, and we should hear this fall at some time. We applied for a total of $6.34 million, 100% grant funded.
So about half of that is a bridge replacement project. That's your list. So I'll let
Yeah,
you-
so 3 million for a bridge replacement project, just under 600,000 for a joint replacement on list of 4 bridges, I believe. Deck seal on 6 bridges for a total of 950,000, and a bearing repair on, I think, 5 bridges, $1.8 million worth of work.
So theoretically, you can get approved on one or all, you don't know,
Yeah.
you'll find out eventually.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having trouble though right now, getting people to spend the money. And so it's a good time to ask for money. And we have a really good reputation for actually
Spending money?
spending the money that we're given in the time that we're allotted to
Building project.
building projects. Yes, getting
Walked
things
right into
done.
that, didn't I?
Yes. Yeah, we get things done when we say we're gonna get them done. Yeah. So that's a good thing with the granting agencies. Okay. Maintenance side, crews are still over there prepping the Annex 1 for a future parking lot. They're also mowing, patching out in Centerville, not Centerville, but Bickleton area, Cleveland. On the west end, the guys dropped back to mow because eventually we won't be able to mow, and the grass on our big triangular park ground is about 4 feet tall. So, and it's pretty much that everywhere else throughout the county. So we're trying to keep up before we can't mow anymore. And then they're patching and grading. So we're kind of getting to the end of the grading period too. On the facility side, so we had somebody over the weekend run over one of our planters and trees right out front by the crossing to the courthouse. And they got stuck and they had to get pulled out. So I think we have some video footage, but it sounds like the police that came and did the investigation know who did it. So anyway, they stood the tree up and it's sort of there. The irrigation system was damaged from them getting stuck and trying to get themselves unstuck. And so our landscaper comes tomorrow And hopefully they'll have material to replace the tree and fix what was damaged. And we'll kind of collect those costs separately so we can maybe recover that, maybe. We'll do everything we can to do that. I guess the other big thing on the building is to finish those 5 areas where the HVAC system isn't up to snuff. And so we meet on the 14th with the contractor and the engineer to discuss the solutions for the final locations and how we can go about fixing those. So I'll know after next week how they plan to attempt to do that. I think they've done the contractor's done everything they can do to fix it and fix it in an economical way. Let's see. We finished the sound installation in dispatch, so that's complete and sounds like it's working pretty good. Radio site, we did, the hearing was last night for the conditional use permit, and it was approved to have the radio site there. And then we're just waiting for the appeal period on the stormwater piece of it. And so our plan is to start putting the road/driveway work on the 27th of this month. So that'll be occurring later this month. And that's about it for our list.
Any question?
I don't.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good day.
You do.
We're a little ahead of schedule.
That
You-
brick disappeared fast, by the way.
The what?
The annex brick.
Oh, it did?
He had, it was one pallet that he put out at the end of the lot back here, which would be behind where Juvenile was. And it was half brick and half those big glass see-through bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And I literally think within a day, I drove by and the pallet was gone, but I'm
Well,
assuming.
probably one person went and picked
Yeah,
it up.
that's kind of what I was thinking too. And you probably turn around and do some internet searching on Craigslist and probably find it for sale. I mean, those glass bricks are probably $10 a piece.
Yeah.
So that's my guess, is the first person saw it, back the truck up.
Director King, do you have anything for us? Oh, you got a picture of who ran over the tree?
Well, if you have to run over a tree and then get pulled out, and it leads to questions, I think, but.
Wasn't a county employee, was it?
No, actually, I've never seen it. They came back the next day and was sweeping it up with a broom and a shovel.
Oh, this happened daylight hours.
No, the next day. You know, like,
After. Yeah, that's enough time to.
I mean, he tried to fix it. It's very admirable. I was like, well, that's really nice of you. Sorry about your luck.
Everybody goes back to the scene of a crime.
Well, when you figure there's probably a lot of video cameras out there,
Yeah.
ain't a done deal.
We are running ahead of schedule, so if you'd like to come on up and bring all the chairs for who wants to come in.
And can we, Miss Staff ladies, can we reach out to IT to get them to take at least
Thank
one
you.
zip tie off those cables so we can have a little more cord on them? I wasn't gonna play with their toys. I'm staying out of that sandbox. I don't wanna get yelled at.
That
No,
would
if
be
they give us a
"Oops,
little
now we gotta
more-
buy something else, right?
Well, that's well, or they're gonna yell at me for touching their stuff there. Last time I went in their office, they removed my key card.
Oh.
So, yeah, no, I'm not gonna play with their toys. I just need those cables to be a little longer.
Next up, we have the elected official update from Sheriff Bob Sunger.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Start out, there were a total of 2,250 calls for service from January 1st, 2022 to June 6th, 2022. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 272 civil papers during the same time period. On May 3rd, 2022, the Board of County Commissioners presented a proclamation designating May 11th through the 17th, 2022 as National Police Week. Since the first recorded death in 1786, more than 23,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including 3 members of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. The names of the Klickitat County fallen are Sergeant Peter Garland, Deputy Michael McNabb, and Deputy Danny Vaughn. And the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., along with 619 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 472 other officers killed in 2021 and 147 officers killed in previous years. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing and reading their proclamation designating May 11th, 17th, 2022 as National Police Week as part of the record for the Commissioners' meeting minutes. On May 12th, 2022, at 2 p.m., Klickitat County Sheriff's Office held Officer Memorial at the new Klickitat County Service Building Conference Room. We also held a candlelight vigil for the memorial on the front lawn of the courthouse. And I might add, that was a little windy, so the candles never did come.
I saw.
We tried.
I again want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for allowing us to use the conference room at the new Klickitat County Service Building on May 12th for the Officers Memorial Public Gathering. Item 3, cougar attack. The family of a 9-year-old girl attacked by a cougar late last week in Stevens County, Washington, reported that she remained in intensive care Monday, but no longer in a coma. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife reported that the incident occurred about 11 a.m. Saturday at a camp near Fruitland and said that the agency is investigating, and they later killed that cat. This little gal was in very, very serious condition in intensive care. The cat had punctured her skull during the attack. And attached to the deal there is an article on it and the photos of the little girl before and after the attack. I am proud of all the employees of the Sheriff's Office. I am also proud of all of our volunteer members of the Sheriff's Reserve Program and the Community Policing Programs, which includes the Sheriff's Posse Program, the Sheriff's Air Wing Program, and the Search and Rescue Program. All the Sheriff's Office employees and community policing volunteers are true professionals and a credit to and asset to the Sheriff's Office and to the citizens of Klickitat County. Without the Sheriff's Office community policing programs, we would not be able to provide the level of service the citizens are currently receiving. So at this point, if it's okay with the board, we'll turn it over to Under Sheriff Neer to report on his area of responsibility. After that, Chief Jail Administrator Carmen Knops on hers, and then Chief Civil Deputy Karen Ingles.
All right.
Move this over here so people can hear me.
Get this out of your way.
All right, I talk a little loud, so hopefully I didn't overpower the stuff. Good morning, and I've got a couple things to talk about. I'm gonna read you guys a couple of press releases real quick. This one released on May 22nd, 2022. Says on the afternoon of May 21st, 2022, a hiker called the Klickitat County Dispatch to report that he had discovered skeletal remains in a remote rangeland about 2 miles east of the John Day Dam. Detectives with the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office immediately launched a death investigation, which continued through May 22nd, 2022. The Washington State Patrol Crime Laboratory Crime Scene Response Team and the Klickitat County Prosecutor and Coroner's Office assisted in the investigation. The remains have been tentatively identified as Matthew J. Palmer of the Dalles, Oregon. Palmer was reported missing to the Dalles City Police on February of 2020. He was 26 years old at the time of his disappearance. A forensic pathologist will further examine the remains at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office. The official cause and manner of death are pending, but it does not appear that the death was a result of homicidal violence. The investigation is ongoing. Sheriff Songer would like to thank the lead detective in this case, Sergeant Eric Anderson, as well as recognize the hard work put in by Detective Robert Bianchi, Reserve Deputy Ken Clinton, and Posse Lieutenant Richard Flynn. All right, on this other one here, this was also released on May 22nd, 2022. So this is about a year-long investigation that took place and is continuing. So on June 1st, 2021, Detective Robert Bianchi of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office responded to a report of a sexual assault of a 12-year-old female victim north of Goldendale, Washington. During the course of his investigation, Detective Bianchi was able to identify the suspect in the case and establish probable cause for the arrest of the suspect. The suspect left the area prior to Detective Bianchi being able to detain or interview him in the case. A probable cause report was turned over to the Klickitat County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and the Prosecuting Attorney's Office obtained an arrest warrant for child molestation in the second degree and intimidating a witness out of the Klickitat County Superior Court for the arrest of Brandon Osborne, 50 years old, of Goldendale, Washington. Detective Robert Bianchi tracked Mr. Osborne to a residence in Kennewick, Washington. Detective Bianchi worked with the Kennewick Police Department in an attempt to have Mr. Osborne arrested on the warrant, but Mr. Osborne fled the Kennewick residence before the Kennewick Police Department responded to arrest him. Detective Bianchi reached out to the United States Marshal Service, who specialize in tracking sexual and violent offenders. The Marshal Service tracked Mr. Osborne to a residence outside of Spokane, Washington, but Mr. Osborne fled that residence prior to the Marshal Service arriving at the residence. Detective Bianchi suspected Mr. Osborne had returned to his residence north of Goldendale, and over time received information to support his suspicion. Detective Bianchi and Reserve Deputy Ken Clinton of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office spent numerous hours interviewing witnesses, conducting surveillance, and coordinating with the Marshal Service in an attempt to confirm Mr. Osborne's location. Additional information came into the Sheriff's Office from numerous sources stating Mr. Osborne was armed and was telling people he was going to shoot it out with the Sheriff's Office if they attempted to arrest him. Pilots with the Sheriff's Office Posse Air Wing conducted multiple flights over Mr. Osborne's residence in an attempt to get better information on the property, as well as attempt to locate Mr. Osborne. On May 18th, 2022, Detective Bianchi applied for a search warrant from the Superior Court of Klickitat County, and the warrant was issued by a judge directing law enforcement to search Mr. Osborne's Goldendale residence for Mr. Osborne. On May 19th, 2022, the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office, the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office Posse, the Washington State Patrol, and 2 fugitive task force teams from the United States Marshals Service executed the search warrant on Mr. Osborne's residence. Mr. Osborne was found hiding inside the residence and was taken into custody without incident. Mr. Osborne was transported to the Klickitat County Jail, where he was booked on the outstanding warrants. Mr. Osborne's bail was set by the court at $250,000. In addition, Mr. Osborne also had a second warrant for his arrest for a violation of protection order of the East District Court of Klickitat County with a $10,000 bail. Sheriff Songer wants to commend Detective Bianchi and Reserve Deputy Clinton on the incredible job they did on investigating and following up on this case. Sheriff Songer would also like to recognize the great working relationship the Sheriff's Office has with the Washington State Patrol, as well as the United States Marshal Service. Sheriff Songer would like to thank the Sheriff's Office Posse Air Wing, whose members volunteer their time and airplanes to fly for the Sheriff's Office at no cost to the taxpayers. Great job, everyone. That case is still continuing and additional victims have been identified in this. So there'll be more coming out on that.
Question.
Yep.
Was it only the air wing of the posse that was involved in that search, or when, the way you said it, it sounded like there was posse members?
We actually had one of our special deputies that does some of our courtroom security stuff. We had him come up and help block off one of the roads on that. So we did use him for some of the, just kind of keeping the general people
Traffic control.
out of there. Yeah, kind of traffic control for that. So when you do something like that, you got to kind of plan that stuff out. You have to plan for worst case scenario. You're always hoping that it's best case scenario. And so there was a lot of planning put into that. It was not just done on the fly. That's been, like I said, it's been a month-long investigation. The Marshal Service was involved pretty early in that case as well.
I might add, in that particular case, we could have executed the search warrant, Detective Bianchi could have, several weeks prior. But the mother who lived there was on hospice. She's in a hospice bed. So out of consideration for the family, Detective Bianchi didn't think it'd be appropriate for us to make a forcible entry into the residence on a search warrant with her laying there in a hospice bed. After she passed, a couple days after she passed, that's when the search warrant was executed.
Yeah, there were people sharing information with us on stuff that was going on. So after she had passed, then additional information came forward, and they had enough to really for sure know that he was there. So May 10th and 11th, myself, Karen, Carmen, and two of our sergeants attended the public information officer training. It was hosted by the Goldendale Police Department. And by the Goldendale Police Department hosting this training, they got so many people that could attend it for free. So they had one of their sergeants, Leo Locatero, attend the training. And then they invited me to be one of the other participants for free. So it was good training. It was a 2-day training. We kind of actually got videoed and got to see how we did, before a camera. All of us thought we did terrible until we watched our videos and realized, I guess we didn't actually do that bad. So we did learn something very good from that training. Last week, the sheriff and Carmen and I attended the spring WASPIC conference. And WASPIC is the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs. And that was in Spokane. And we got to chat with other sheriffs and heads of law enforcement agencies across the state to kind of see where they're at as far as staffing and trying to retain people and hire people. And we are, in my opinion, we're doing a little bit better than some of our counterparts across the state. So, and that's thanks to you gentlemen for the contract that you guys, agreed on with the deputies and, the work environment that the deputies have here. We're doing better than other agencies. We did do a entry level and lateral test for deputy positions. We did get a fresh list yesterday, was handed to us. So we do have 2 lateral applicants on there. So the sheriff and I are going to try to set up interviews shortly for that. We've been waiting for a while for the criminal records specialist list. We did get an updated list, so we're gonna also reach out on that.
Question, laterals,
Sure.
are they coming from big cities to
No.
small counties, or are they
Nope.
rural to rural?
Rural to rural. Yep. We have 2 on that list. We know both of them, so
Okay.
we'll reach out and see how things are at. As far as entry level, all of our entry level applicants are local as well, throughout our county. So we do have, there was one that was White Salmon area, and I think the rest are up in this general area. At least 3 of the 4 other ones are. So we're doing pretty good.
What about our new hires? Do we have a time to send them to the academy yet?
I think we're just, we have all the paperwork now, so I think we're just waiting for the academy to actually get back to us with a start date on those 2. We have one in the academy, and he'll be graduating, I think, about a month from now. So, and then from there, then he'll do his field training, and that's about 3 months long. So we're getting there. We're not doing too bad.
Are other jurisdictions at your meeting, are they having a hard time getting people into the academy?
Oh, yeah, yes. They're having trouble just getting people to apply. And then once they apply, then you've got the background investigations, and we've had those conversations already that, it's not like it used to be. I mean, it was rare when you'd have somebody fill out of a background because people were preparing themselves. We don't have that today. I mean, we've talked about a number of people that have applied that they get to the end and they just don't pass the background, or the polygraph or the psychological exam. There's something in there that prohibits a lot of that stuff. So we're doing okay as far as the road is. I think Carmen will talk a little bit about the jail.
And can I
where they're at.
interject?
Yeah.
When I contact the academy, I usually do hey, we're a rural area, we only have so many deputies. Can you bump us to the top of the list? And they've been very compliant for both the jail and patrol. So in this case.
We have to
Oh,
send
isn't
them a
that
box
so
of
nice of
cookies
you?
Once in a while, that's fine.
In this case,
Yeah.
whining works. So.
Yeah.
um,
No, we've been, I would say we've been lucky. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but we're making the best out of it. And I think everybody's really stepped up and helped us out with that. So. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, once again, as you well know, the Corrections Division is transitioning to a staff shortage with the resignation of Corporal James Saunders and Corrections Deputy George Sendejas.
Thank you. Same.
Corporal Saunders will be moving to Florida where he can enjoy raising his son and we hope enjoy the sunshine that he has missed by living in the 4 walls of the jail. Corrections Deputy Sendejas has accepted his new position as the new code enforcement officer and will not be far away. We wish them both the best on their new endeavors. I want to make a note that adding to our staff shortage, we do also have one of our corrections corporals will be out on paternity leave. Tentatively, that will start July 4th and end October 4th or somewhere around there. It's going to take the full 12 weeks. It could happen sooner. We can't control when babies decide to arrive. So, which makes me happy because it means my grandchild will be here sooner than later, maybe. On June 21st, the Civil Service will be conducting a new corporal test. With Corporal Saunders leaving, that will leave us an open vacancy. Our current corporal list is expired. The test is not easy and it focuses a lot on the laws and the general knowledge. It's important to be the leader in the jail. I know that I should anticipate at least 2 to 3 people taking that test. Fingers crossed. Training for the jail. While I was at Waspic, I had already arranged for training for Sergeant Gillum, Corrections Deputy Kathy Jo Randall, and Corporal Walter to go to Mount Vernon for a first ever corrections tactics seminar. Unfortunately, Corporal Walter was unable to attend due to illness. I was going to go in his place and then realized that getting 2 resignations, I could not attend either. So needed to work on a schedule and be back at the office. So they attended this training. It was the first ever for the state of Washington to have a corrections tactics seminar at this level. They had scenarios where they were faced with riots, officer injuries, inmate injuries. It was very real. I mean, the people were injured. They had blood pouring out of them, all of that. They learned about TAC med. They learned about use of force laws. They practiced with different restraints. It was a really, really good seminar, and both Sergeant Gillum and Corrections Deputy Randall enjoyed it. There was officers there who'd been in officer-involved shootings, and they talked about the response that they had from their own department, how they were treated like criminals and not coworkers. It was quite interesting. He said it definitely wasn't a warm, fuzzy training, but one that was very realistic, and they were able to bring back some good information to the jail, which we're gonna share tonight. We have a full staff meeting. I'd like to host one of these trainings in our area so that we can get people on this side maybe to be involved, and I look to do that hopefully maybe in the fall. Summer is going to be a little tight with lack of staff. Corrections deputies also attended firearms training at the range. They did not only handgun but rifle training as well. Firearms are not permitted in the jail, but we are armed anytime we're outside of the jail for any transports or court security or anything that they do outside of the jail. Rifle training was important. This is the first one the jail's ever participated in. We were able to get ARs to use for our transports. And while some might not, the jail is responsible, of course, for transports, and those are not necessarily the safest places to be out on a road that's desolate, no communications by phone or radio. So it's important that we be sufficiently armed to protect not only ourselves, but the inmate as well. Because we don't know who we're going to encounter. We don't know if we could be ambushed along the way. We're not always taking grandma and grandpa to jail or the mom and pops. We are taking experienced criminals to and from prisons. So it's important that we be well protected.
Hopefully grandma and grandpa, that's how they are.
Unfortunately, you would think so, but I mean, we are taking people to jail who are in their to prisons, in their 60s and older. I mean, it's pretty frightening that these people have not learned their lesson yet and they still want to go. I don't know. I don't find jail that appealing to me. On that side, anyway. And the food I know is not good, and there's still no pillows, there's still no chocolates. I don't get it. We also did some Let's training this year. I think I sent 5 or 6 of our guys out of the jail up to the simulation trailer, and they always get a lot of good feedback. They work on taser and firearms in that program, and it's kind of an eye opener. It's very real. If you guys ever have the opportunity, you should try it. You'll realize how easy it is to make a mistake and shoot the wrong guy. It can happen. That's why training is important, and we continue to focus a lot on training. The court system, of course, is in full swing, and each courtroom now have added docket days, which at times leads to courts being held at the same time, requiring some creative challenges when it comes to having the inmates appear, whether in person, video, or telephonically. There's now 3 to 4 dockets a week in East District Court. There used to be 1 to 2. So I don't know how the attorneys are managing because they're required to be in multiple courtrooms at the same time. It's been a little crazy. We rely on our open communication with each court to successfully meet the needs of the courts, inmates, and attorneys for each inmate. The amount of paperwork generated by the courts then has to be processed in the jail. Each inmate has a hard copy file as well as an electronic file to keep updated after each appearance. When I was at the WASPA conference, I talked to some other jail administrators because court paperwork for us can be a nightmare. There's a lot of court paperwork, and we have to make sure it's all documented and uploaded and everything properly. Well, what I found out is other jails, they just have clerks that do the paperwork. It's not their corrections staff doing the paperwork. They actually have clerks that do it. We don't have that availability, so that's just one more job that adds to their list. Transports, the deputies have been busy with multiple transports to Ellensburg, Yakima, and Skamania County. We went to Wenatchee over the weekend as well for a mental health transport. Here I mentioned that transporting is one of the most dangerous part of our jobs. There are many areas that have little or no cell phone service. The pass is one of those areas. I was recently contacted by a attorney who said that he needed me to pick up his inmate to come to our jail on a warrant, but he couldn't tell me the date of release. And it was a high priority case, and we needed to take extra security measures. And I said, well, you know, if you can't provide me any information, it's hard for me to put together a transport team. So getting the information out to the other agencies that we have to have these dates, and it's a court sealed release date. So it's going to be interesting. So it might be a fly by the seat of our pants kind of transport, unfortunately. Medical and mental health. I have to applaud our deputies for their continued dedication to assuring that each inmate has the proper health care available. It starts with the intake of the inmate, assessing the medical needs, gathering medical records, and communicating by phone, text, and email with Brian B. The medical needs for inmates varies and often requires medications to be dispensed, blood sugars to be checked, blood pressures, and this is done multiple times per day. The deputies do a great job at managing medical needs, medical crisis, and communicating with the medical providers. We often see dental issues, so we make dental appointments. We make medical appointments. We're calling the ambulance. We have protocols for withdrawals. So if you have a diabetic, they have to have a blood sugar check before each meal. So there are so many things that these guys do up and beyond just their regular daily duties. It's just, sometimes I wonder how they get it done. Well, they don't usually eat or have bathroom breaks, I will tell you that. So we're entering the summer months, which historically means an increase in criminal activity and arrests arriving. The shortage of staff, scheduled vacation, and employees on leave will severely impact our daily operations. The schedule will be challenging to cover shifts and require numerous days of overtime and quickly lead to burnout. I'm working with the civil service to schedule another test for corrections deputies. However, it will takes nearly a year from hire date to have that person successfully working shifts on their own. We still have 2 awaiting academy dates, one that is still in the hiring process, and now 2 openings. I will be assisting covering shifts or other duties as needed. And I'd like to note here, I talked to some at the WASPIC conference, there are other jail chiefs, they are not even allowed to go in to do any kind of work in the jail whatsoever. They don't go and do searches, pass searches, anything to assist the jail staff. So I guess I'm lucky we don't have a contract like that, and I can go help my guys when they need help. I'll cover shifts, and I'm probably going to be covering a lot of shifts this year. It's going to be crazy. Part of the WASPIC conference also included a class I took on staff analysis, and it takes all of your staff, the number of hours worked, it calculates in your vacations, sick times, and everything, and it gives you a better idea of really how much staff you should have on board versus what you actually have. So I'm hoping that we can get some time to work on that. I do want to thank my staff for their continued support and dedication to our department. They always step up to the plate and get the job done, and it's not been easy. Inmates are assaultive, they're horrible, they mouth off, they're not, they don't treat the guys very nice, and we're doing our best to provide them with, and the jail's clean, they get fed, they have clean clothes, and they're treated respectfully when they come in. And unfortunately, they don't always see that. We had one this morning who was just, from the time he entered the jail, he just could not be nice. So unfortunately, it's a daily occurrence. I also want to talk a minute, sorry, I rushed through this morning. Jail transitions, we've been working with the different healthcare providers for the state. And now they're sending letters if they get if a person who has been receiving state medical comes to jail, they of course lose their medical. But that insurance company, Molina or Apple or whoever it could be, now provides me a letter to hand to that inmate to give them the process to reinstate their medical when they leave. So that's something new that's been happening. And then through True Blood, we had an inmate who qualified for transitional housing. And so we actually got him, they come and picked him up in Goldendale and took him to Vancouver for some transitional housing. So he will no longer hopefully be homeless on the streets of Goldendale. Recently, this week, Juan Navarro, he was found guilty last month for unlawful possession of a firearm, first degree. And yesterday he was sentenced to 41 months in prison. So he'll be leaving our fine establishment. Oh, yeah, sorry. And I am starting an AA program back in the jail. It's starting this week, I believe, the 10th. I think that's the date it's starting. So it's another additional program that we're going to be able to offer to the inmates.
What's our occupancy rate in our fine hotel?
This morning was, I believe, 28. And I have
Creeping up.
one that is housed currently at a mental health facility.
You had the same question I had.
I do have some news. I talked to you prior about the comprehensive providing a psychiatric provider. We are moving forward with that. The legal document for contract is in the hands of the prosecutor for review.
And it just came back and you will get it next Tuesday
Oh,
for
perfect.
signature.
Is this, so this is a contract with Comprehensive, is this only gonna last until their August date, which I'm
No.
sure you received that email?
No, that it actually has nothing to do with crisis services. This is psychiatric services that will be done through the Doctor on a Stick program. It will provide, they'll be able to like have, have you go have a session with a provider. They'll be able to do that with the inmates that need it and be able to prescribe the mental health medications. So it's a good opportunity for us. We've never had this opportunity before in the jail to have a psychiatric provider.
And do we have a grant for that? Or?
The funds are provided through Beacon,
Okay,
and it all comes directly from Beacon to Comprehensive. So it's a great opportunity and one that's we really need.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm not going to read everything that I've got on my list, but I do want to hit a couple of highlights. Our budget is doing well. And I am starting to prep for the budget planning for next year. And so we will be active in that process. But I am watching the overtime and the fuel just to make sure that we're, not going through the roof. Good news for the budget, though. Criminal Justice Training Commission is paying us $2,400 every time we send a deputy to the 40-hour CIT training. Now, that's that important crisis intervention training that the community is also happy that we're receiving. So we're able to recoup some of that time and money for our department. That also applies to $400 for the corrections department. So money coming in. I know you guys never want to hear those words, but you get to today. We are attending a lot of events throughout the community. I've got a new program we're doing. It's called Let's Talk About Property Safety. Lights plus camera equals less action on your property. So we're going to be having this laminated. We'll have it up at the top of our tent so that we can encourage people to come and talk to us about keeping their property safe. And we are going to be at every event there is around the county. We might even be throwing a little candy out to the kids during the parades, but we are making a presence and providing security, parking, directing traffic, and everything like that. And then our posse has been active in those areas, and they are slated to continue assisting in all of these events. They've also been coming into the office and greeting people at the window, handing out concealed pistol license applications, picking up the phone if all of us are already on the phone. So they're adding that backup for us. One of our posse members, Lieutenant Flynn, was there, and he, after his full day of working in the office, said, "Is it always this crazy here?" And I'm like, yes, it's always crazy here. It's a new adventure, but we really encourage our community to come in and assist if they would like, so.
So that, there's an opportunity there. If you guys want to know how busy it is, you can come in. Throwing that out there.
No,
No.
I will answer your phones if you answer my emails.
I'll give you mine.
But I did include the sign-up list that we hand out to all the posse, so you can see the type of events that we have and what is needed and requested from each of these committees that are putting together the events, so.
I noticed on here the Glenwood Rodeo, it doesn't have the beer garden.
We don't, yeah,
We'll have security on the
Yes.
beer garden.
we'll have the deputies in there and.
But not posse member like the Bickleton Rodeo.
So I actually will have off-duty deputies for both of them.
Yeah.
So there will be an off-duty deputy that we're paying to come in and work for the Bickleton Rodeo during the dance, which they serve beer at that. And then in the evenings for the beer garden stuff, we will have a deputy that's off-duty come in there and help out with that. We also have reserves that are coming out to help as well.
Question on that, off-duty deputy that you'll be paying to supervise that, are these rodeos supplying the, any financial to cover that employee?
No, this is something we anticipate every year.
Yeah.
So, and I think last year we couldn't get anybody at the Bickleton one, and I think we've talked before about some of the incidents that happened as a result of that. So I made sure that was a top priority this year.
Sometimes it's cheaper to pay one employee's salary than 3 people responding to an incident.
Yes, well, and that's the thing is if we don't have a deputy working there, then you're gonna have to pull somebody from the road, and we're already, slightly short at the moment. So it would just make things worse.
So that was pretty much everything I had.
Any questions? No?
Oh, I'm shocked.
Thank you. Sorry.
You're not sorry.
Mine now. I'm not really, I have a little bit. And it's, even when we talked to him, he was reluctant to leave his comrades.
Yeah.
So that speaks to character.
And he immediately rushed down before you guys could beat him to the punch and talked with me, so. And we understand, I mean, it's tough when you have family to work the shifts that we do and require the amount of overtime we do, and it's not easy. It's not easy for me, and I don't have little ones at home anymore, so.
It's just part of our county cross-training program.
Correct.
Great. At least you didn't go to a different county, right? We
Right.
kept him in the same county.
Right.
Oh, if I could add, we
Yeah.
did swear in last month at the West Side Posse meeting, a gentleman from Cascade Locks. We get posse members from all over Southern Washington, except for the guy that comes from University Place. He comes down here as well. So we've got that, and tonight we hopefully will be swearing in someone from Hood River. A number of national sheriff's agencies are giving us some promos with our posse, because we're one of the few large working posses around the country. And we were reached out from a department down in in Australia who wants us to help them coordinate their working posse. So what we're doing is making a difference in our community and increasing our law enforcement ability, and other agencies recognize this nationwide, and they're starting to mimic our program, so.
Volunteerism as a whole is going down. And so the fact that we have been able to build the posse from nothing and build it to what it is absolutely amazing. So, especially those that are on fire departments know it's getting harder and harder to get firefighters to come and volunteer. Volunteerism as a whole nationwide is following that trend.
How many total posse members do we have now?
148.
48.
And then, how many do you guys have an internal plan on turning more of these posse members into reservists so that?
That's really up to the individual. There is a significant difference in commitment and training. And so it's really up to the individuals. We have been very successful. We've had some come out of our posse program. And as we all know, we've had some go full-time, and we've had some go into our reserve program, and then they ended up getting hired full-time at other agencies. So that's a great way to recruit, get some younger folks that are interested in volunteering. They get to see what the sheriff's office is about. You know, they're homegrown, they're from Klickitat County, born and raised. And then they really, have an interest in law enforcement. They take that step, and it's another way to bring more applicants that are local to the sheriff's office. And those are the ones that stick around. You're not just gonna hire them, put them through, and then they go look for the first bonus they can to make $20,000 or $25,000 just to walk into an agency that then probably pays double what we do. So I think it's a great
If I may,
success.
how do you, I didn't realize we had posse members that were outside of Klickitat County.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So how
7.
do you, like, is there any concern as far as the training, because the laws are different in Washington than they are in Oregon, as far as the people that would be the concern I would have.
Yeah, so they're volunteering in Klickitat County. It's not they're, a posse member for Klickitat County and they go to Cascade Lock and,
No, I'm not saying, I understand
So there's-
that, but
there's
I
a
would
lot
be
of stuff.
more, like, I am somewhat familiar with the laws in Washington, but I'm not and there are certain things. And so if I was volunteering in Oregon, I would have to understand the differences between, so that I didn't make a mistake. So how
Well,
do
and
we?
we provide training, so tonight's training for our West Side Posse member, and any of you are welcome to attend our training at any time,
Sure.
is assisting with the public, so how to interact with the public. So we try to keep it toward what their activities are, not what Tim's activities are on the road or Carmen's activities are in the jail.
And I would say, I've attended many of those trainings as an ex-posse. I think something that this board and the public also needs to remember, as long as things haven't changed, is posse is mostly observe and report. You
Yes.
don't get to pull somebody over, you don't get to question a suspect. If you see something, say something, and then Tim will go do his job.
Yeah.
What Karen's talking about is.
It's your evil twin.
Yeah, that's that ass that we found earlier in that other meeting. Yeah, threw it over here. Is so when they're doing parking and they're communicating with people and shuttling people, I think that's what she's
Yeah.
going for, not that they're interrogating somebody for DUI or something.
No. And if someone steps out of line, the sheriff deals with it right away. It is not something that, we'll just talk about it and let it slide. No, He deals with it immediately. So remember, the posse is basically a giant rural neighborhood watch. And that is what they do. They watch around their neighborhood. When you're driving to and from your properties, you're keeping an eye on your neighbors, whether you notice it or not. Hey, that gate's open and it's always closed. Maybe I should notify the landowner. Did they mean to keep this gate open? And all their 150 cows are across the street, by the way, eating Dan's property. But that is a lot of what happens, and we have a lot of specialized people that, we've got people who specifically stay on the river and assist with the kayakers. We've got one guy who's got the flatbed boat that can go up the Klickitat. We've got, let's see, a couple of people up in Trout Lake that specialize in loose livestock and getting them off of the roads to keep the roads safer, and contacting the landowners. So not everybody is interested in doing parking or coming to events. They're not interested in being little minions for Tim of being a deputy law enforcement officer, being on the road. They're interested in meeting the public, handing out brochures. A lot of them love to hand out the stickers to kids, at the deputy badge stickers at the fairs and rodeos. They
Really,
like- Go ahead, I'm sorry.
well, really what it gets down to is community policing. Citizens working with law enforcement in various activities and assisting law enforcement. Because we have 19 sworn deputies, period, for this county. And that's 22,000 roughly in the county. And then some of them say, well, you can subtract the city out of that. No. Sheriff has authority throughout the entire cities that are incorporated. So we service 22,000 people, basically. And it's a lot of mileage, as you gentlemen know. So yes, we're very proud to bring on members, we call it the posse, you could call it community policing officers, or whatever you want to call it. The fact is, they're volunteering to help us in the community to provide a service to the citizens. And I think it's a great program, and obviously other agencies throughout the state and throughout the United States have contacted us asking to send them our policies and procedures and how to set up these programs. And as Karen just mentioned, a gentleman out of Australia, which I thought was a real coup as far as reaching from Australia, wanting to know about our program and stuff. And with the budgets the way they are anymore, not only in our county, but throughout the United States, there's got to be new ways to address it. Community policing is not a new program, but community policing is truly what we have here in Klickitat County. And we'll have people that support it very strongly. We'll have people that think it's a bad deal. But bottom line is, as far as I'm concerned as sheriff, we're going to have community policing working with us. I think it's a good deal, and it's very positive for our department, not only for the sheriff's office, but for the entire Klickitat County. And I always encourage people, those who are naysayers that have a problem with our posse or think they do, I'm more than willing to sit down and talk to them individually or as a group and explain what the posse actually does and what it's all about. And I think by doing that, we'd win a whole lot more people over. I know when I first started the posse in 2015, oh my gosh, all kinds of rumors are going around. Sheriff has gone nuts. He's got posse members out there. They're going to hang people from trees, all kinds of nonsense. Now we have people from different organizations. Sheriff, can you provide a couple posse members for our event? And so you got people now that realize that they are a community policing activity, and they support it pretty strongly. So anyway, it's a program that's been successful, and we want to keep building on that.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the continued discussion regarding crisis services in Klickitat County. I believe Director Quinn is online. Yep, I'm seeing her.
Yeah, I'm here, sorry.
All right, we can hear you.
Good.
Well, I think we've all got the letter. And we haven't had a chance to have a discussion about the letter, or how we want to respond. I know, Carmen, you weren't here for the meeting that we had with Comprehensive. Did you get a chance to review the record?
No, I have not gotten a chance to review. I did log on that day. I left my training at Waspata and I logged on for over an hour and of course it was delayed. So I apologize. I did attempt to attend.
Well, we apologize for not being on time.
Wasn't your fault.
Guess the question goes is, and how far we want to have this discussion on where we want to go. Director Quinn and I met with Leah from Beacon last week and had a really good conversation and sat down and got to see the numbers that Beacon sends to Comprehensive in all their different roles, because, you know, we're just, as I think we understand at this moment, Comprehensive is only stopping their crisis services. We haven't heard anything about any of the other services offered in the county that, you know, they have their buildings and 12 or 13 staff members. So when it comes down to crisis services, that's what we're going to have to figure out a way to deal. Director Quinn, do you have any thoughts on direction from here, first steps?
Yeah, so I think that, so we have 2 months to kind of look through this. We have till August 6th. I think that's important to
Aaron, can you
remember.
get closer to your microphone, please?
Ugh, how's that? Is that better?
No, we'll turn it up on our end.
Okay. I think that's as loud as I can go. All right, hang on. How about that? Is that better?
We're still playing over here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
A little better, but we'll just listen
We'll
closely.
listen intently.
Did we lose you? Bet you she tried to turn it up and press the wrong
Turned
button.
it off. Okay, that makes me feel better. I've done that before. Like, damn it. I blame it on my big thumb.
Yeah. All right, what do you got, Dan?
While we're waiting for her, a very telling part of this letter that they sent is when they had this meeting with their partners on April 19th that they took away, that the hospitals are trying to build up their services. We recognize that the hospitals want to grow their service, but it also
Sorry, I'm back. Can you hear me better now?
doesn't want to only do crisis. They want to do the other one, like the other one's more lucrative. And they, you know, so why they try to put this on, this being a very upsetting meeting for them that caused them to create this. I think it really comes down to it's not in everyone's best interests to have fragmented care. I think this was coming regardless of this meeting or not. Personal opinion. Go ahead, Aaron.
Can you hear me now? Is that
Wow,
better?
There we go.
There we go.
You found it.
Sorry.
Yakima.
Yeah. Well, I'm closer to there than I am there, so. I think it's important that we remember we have 60 days, and I think everyone saw the writing on the wall, but hasn't actually had the conversations about what that's going to look like, and that it's going to be important to talk with all of our healthcare partners. So I'm going to speak with both hospitals and the North Shore administrators tomorrow, just to see what their sense is and what they feel, because they do offer behavioral health support in the community. In their opinion, I think moving forward is going to be incredibly important for the plan that we make. I think that initially we have, again, 60 days. We're going to have a short-term plan. We have to have a solution that we're going to have to implement August 6th or before if we're super lucky. But that we need to really look at what our long-term plan is. I don't expect that our short-term solution is going to be our long-term solution, but that our long-term solution is going to take a lot of planning and a lot of community partners at the table to really understand what the community wants this to look like, because we have an opportunity to do something different than we've done for the last 20 years that honestly will likely better serve our residents.
Can I step in real quick? I took the opportunity last week, I worked at the West End office and spoke with Judge Baker also on the crisis services ending for the county. I think when we talk about meeting with people, I would recommend that we have a complete stakeholders meeting. There's a lot of us involved who were affected by this, by the crisis services. And I think it's important if we could all come together in one place, including Gina Mossbrecher. We had a conversation with her last week, or maybe this week, because she's able to maybe find us some funding and stuff, and it is time to think out of the box for our crisis services. Judge Baker recommended maybe a new kind of health district, maybe a mental health district. We really do have to get everybody on board to come up with some creative ideas to cover the crisis services. The judges, the hospitals, we're all involved. So, and the other law enforcement agencies as well. So, I don't have a solution. I don't know. Maybe we all need to go to school and become crisis counselors.
Carmen, I nominate you to go to school first.
They would probably throw me out.
If you love it, I will go to class next.
I do think that I'm not surprised by the letter. I do apologize again for not attending the meeting. But Aaron, if you talk to the other hospital organizations and North Shore, they are building their behavioral health services. And I know there's reasons why they can't do crisis services, and it has to do with licensing and a whole bunch of red tape and stuff like that. Because I'm working currently with KVH's behavioral health. They come in and do 2 classes a week with the inmates. And they can do some evaluations through set evaluations and stuff, but they don't do the crisis for us, so.
Yeah, so actually, Carmen, thanks for bringing that up because I did forget to touch on that. So, when we're looking at solutions, one of the important things is whoever steps up to the plate has to be a behavioral health agency. So it's a licensing thing. My understanding is that KVH is not, don't quote me on that, but I think Carmen, you're saying the same thing. And then, it's an application process. So either we have to find someone that has that designation or that license, or we have to explore what that would look like for ourselves. The other thing, Carmen, that you spoke about that I wanted to touch on, because you talked about community stakeholders, and I'm biased, so I get hyper focused on the health side of life. But I believe that I have a community organization that potentially is interested in being kind of the clearinghouse to get all of the stakeholders together, which clearly the jails, the schools that you talked about, other law enforcement, hospitals, clinics. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of people that are just absolutely completely invested. All the people that showed up in the room at the meeting the last time, senior services, dispatch, all of those folks need to be at the table. And I'm hoping to find someone that wants to get everybody in the room together. I might have someone, but if someone else wants to volunteer, that would be fabulous too.
I'm seeing a lot of people jumping up with their hands. I saw Director King raise his hand earlier, so sorry.
That was preemptive, raising his hand.
Yes.
Right.
Commissioner.
I think as much as we really didn't want to do this. I think this can be an opportunity for us. We know the system was not working the way it was.
Right.
We were trying to fix the existing system, and that's not going to happen now. So we're going to do something else. And I think I think this is a golden opportunity for us, mental health services, mental health, all of this stuff is, the community is really interested right now in this topic. And I think we have a chance to try something different, something new that, we've been in this our approach has been the same for the last 20, 24 years ever since we did this. And I think we need two different strategies as far as the short term, because 60 days is 60 days. And
Right.
on January 6th, or January, I wish it was August 6th, that's a different date. When people are calling 911, we need to know, the dispatchers need to know what we're doing, and so we have to have something ready to go prior to August 6th. I think we are not going to be able to implement anything as far as a big long-term thing in the next 60 days and have things up and running. And so I think we do need to come up with what are we going to do in the short term? Because I do want to take the time necessary to get all those stakeholders, because all of those people that everybody's mentioned, we all have a stake in what's going on in this county as far as the mental health services in the county. And it's going to take a little time to get everybody, and we do need someone to facilitate that, because people have very strong opinions about this topic. And I'm thinking in my head about who's going to show up as far as who wants to be these stakeholders, and these are generally people who are not afraid to share their opinions. And so
I don't know anybody like
I don't know
that.
anybody like that. And so I think somebody's got to ride herd on it. Otherwise, we're not going to get anything done. People are going to be milling around as far as in their own opinions. And so we definitely need somebody that's going to be able to facilitate that, and let's come up with a plan and have some understanding as far as what's realistic too. As far as what we can do, and that it's not, anytime you convene people, what do you want to see? It's going to be this pie in the sky. Well, yeah, I'd love to have that, but are you going to pay for that? And it's like, here's kind of the resources that we have. I'm kind of interested in a different health district or so. I don't know
Right.
what that would look like, but that sounds like a long-term
Yes.
forming a district, going out to the voters, and then people may have difference of opinion. What's like, oh, I have to pay for that. Oh, well, maybe not. So
I know Representative Mossberger was real interested in getting a meeting together with everybody. And she might be willing to facilitate it. I don't know.
Commissioner Christopher.
My interest for the person to facilitate this needs to be a realist, needs to be a mediator, needs to be non-political. Because I think when you bring the political aspect into it, it could get messy. Because I think we do have an opportunity to improve our mental health, but we also have the opportunity for it to get far too pie in the sky, as you were saying, that, then it turns into crisis beds, and it turns into, well, I can get you funding for a facility, you just have to pay the $2.3 million to operate the facility every year, and we don't have that. So it needs to be, everybody needs to be on the same page and understand that we can make it better, but I don't see us turning it into Club Med anytime soon. And whoever we choose to facilitate that meeting, I hope we choose a mediator that is a non-political entity, and I don't mind people who are running for office being there. I just don't want them to be in charge of it.
So I will say, the short term and that's 60 days. And I think that needs to be a much smaller group about how we're going to ensure that we have the DCRs on our list that can provide the service that we can ensure that they're going to get paid through a health, organization. That likely won't be the health organization in the end while we work on a bigger plan. The question is how long will that short term be? Will it be 6 months? Will it be 1 year before we create whatever it is? We all know that likely it will be the county. And with that thought that we will likely be that, I think personally that the county should be the ones that facilitate that big meeting because people are going to be pointing, this is what we want you to do. And likely we're going to be intimately involved through that process. Whether we bring in a third-party facilitator from Six Rivers that, manages meetings like that, or we do that, doesn't matter to me. Because in the end, we all know that the buck's coming this direction and all the work is likely going probably towards Quinn for a while. And so I want to have some control over that because you're all right. It could get really pie in the sky, but I think a lot of that is going to be determinant on reading that email over and over and over again. Their reason for walking away that they say is because in order for them to make it work, numbers wise, it needs to be holistic. They would need to do the crisis services and then everything else. And then they said that the entities, the hospitals are creating their own behavioral health program and they're saying that because of that, it's affecting their bottom line, to which I really wanted to respond. I don't think the hospitals wanted to do this. I don't think they wanted to. I think they had to because the community had to have these services. And anybody who says otherwise, I'm going to call them something else. With that, I think that because the hospitals have already stepped into that role and are stepping into that role, it gives us more options on whether we are going to provide, if it is us, that holistic services, or are we just going to do the DCR part and try to keep those separate? I think we have a lot of time to look in, a lot of things to look into with not a whole lot of time. But right now, we have no DCRs in this county. They only had one that actually lived in the county, that was working in the county. And we need to talk to our neighbors.
Yeah, I'm curious, what ability do we, let's like through interlocal or some?
So that came up during our conversation with Leah. The reason that the Skamania County, because Skamania County has two people on staff through the county, but they can't cross the county line. They can help.
DCRs?
They have 2 DCRs. They cannot cross the county line. So what would happen is they would send their people to Skyline, and then one of our DCRs would have to take it from there. And the simplest thing that I'm understanding is we need to have those 2 DCRs on our list of 40 that we have now.
Can you be on multiple county lists? Can I
I
be a
don't- I
DCR
don't
in 2 counties?
see why you couldn't.
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, the answer is
I have some other
absolutely,
questions.
because Walla Walla's DCRs
Yeah, I
have
was
been doing
wondering,
it for
are
us.
doing it.
So that's absolutely yes. And then the question is, if that's the case, why weren't they all this time? Why were they just dropping them off at the border and saying, your problem now, which only adds more issues for us and mainly the person in crisis. So I think we have a lot of things to explore there. Skamania County is one of those. And if we're going to get their people's names on there, there's possibility for an interlocal. These are the things that we need to look into, and we have to do it right now. I know Director Quinn and I have another meeting with Leah tomorrow. So we're starting down this path as quickly as we can.
And I would just, where I was talking about, worried about facilitators in this meeting getting out of control and pie in the sky, it's kind of like the same, like you mentioned, we have 1 DCR, Skamania County has 2. We have the potential to give, I think, do a better job than comprehensive. God, if we come up with 2 DCRs in the county, that's better. Or does it revolve around the the pie in the sky, 12 DCRs in care, in-person care and in beds and in it, that there's no money. So I think, I just want everybody to stay grounded. I think you have a group of commissioners that really gives a damn about this topic. I just hope everybody stays grounded and lets us do what we can to try to fix it and help it.
So my thought is, we've got to get this first 60 days figured out. We've got to get something done.
Yep.
With that in mind, also knowing and having a framework for what that bigger picture will likely look like, may not be perfect. So my thought is, probably we'll have a workshop on this, easily within the month, 3 weeks to a month, that then we bring the whole band together. Which, I mean, when we're talking this many agencies trying to find that day that's going to work, I mean, good luck. So we're just going to have to set a date 3 weeks, 4 weeks out and say, we're going to have the conversation and we want everybody there.
Would it be wise for us to focus on our short-term fix before we bring everybody together to cloudy the waters? Because we're gonna really need to knuckle down if we're gonna get something going in 60 days. I don't want to muddy the waters with the long-term picture while we're trying to fix the short-term picture. So I would prefer we fix the short before we.
I'm thinking we will hopefully have an outline of the short term within 2 weeks.
Oh,
Because if we don't, that
Let's
means
say I'm
we're
sure
not
big
very
problems
creative.
there. Yeah.
Ethan's got some ideas, I'm sure, so, okay.
I think we also should take a look at the number of mental health crisis calls we've had for the last 2 years.
We
So
have
give
those
us
numbers.
you have those.
Yeah,
Because I think that's important to know so that we can, 2 DCRs on staff might not be enough. I mean, sometimes there are 3 DCR calls at the same time
Right.
at all the
Well,
hospitals.
one of the
So we need to,
things that we learned is that almost all of the comprehensive competitors throughout the state, they have their people on staff, their numbers, which comprehensive was supposed to have 7 in the county, they were down to 1.
I'm
But,
aware.
but all of the other ones have subcontractors that work underneath them to fill in the gaps and the holes. Comprehensive, as I understand it, was unwilling to allow that to happen. And so that might have been a piece of why we are where we are. I know that Skamania County, who has 2 on staff, then subcontracts with people locally who are mental health professionals to fill in all the holes, the nights and the weekends and everything else. So I think if we look at this from the big picture about what we want to make, you can mesh the 2 together. And I mean, it's not rocket science. It's being done different ways all throughout the state, and we pick the one we like the most.
Knowing that you might have to tweak it or adapt it in the coming year or years.
Right, and we're gonna be, this the short term, don't sacrifice the good for the perfect. It's like I'd rather have
Right.
something
Then nothing.
than nothing.
Yeah.
And
This is one of those few times where we have a problem, but there's money out there to help fix it. Usually it's just hoisted on us, here's a new problem with no money. At least this one, there's things that we'll be able to do.
and another positive is the bar is really
low.
We don't get those very often.
But there is still a bar.
There is still a bar.
Well, I will help wherever I can. I am wholeheartedly invested in this. My inmates rely on crisis services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And so I guess
So does our community.
the question I would have is we don't know if comprehensive is going to do a full pullout or just this partial pullout. But if they're going to do a full, what does that do for a contract you're getting ready to sign? And would they still be willing to provide it? Because the doctor's going to be somewhere else.
Right, and the plan for my contract already is the doctor on a stick.
Right.
It is not in person at all. So that shouldn't really affect that at all. Fingers crossed.
Okay. Director Quinn, do you have more thoughts, other thoughts, disagreements?
No, I think that sounds good. I think we do need to really focus on the short term, but I think concurrently there needs to be long-term planning. So even breaking it into two different work groups, so you have a group that's working on your immediate fix, and then the pie in the sky. And I know when we talked last about, what it looked like to have mental health services, I said it's minimum 2 years. This isn't a short-term solution ever. So 2 to 5 years to get to what we really want is not unrealistic. So, and looking at it from two different groups, potentially at two different lenses might be a better way to go, and maybe a little bit more equitable workload for everyone.
We hear you, Director.
Yeah.
Very clearly now.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I agree with it's a low bar to get above, and I'm sitting here reading their email and I see they just earned the Joint Commission's gold seal of approval, and I'm like, God, we ought to be diamond then by the time we get this bad boy done.
All I want to know is are you writing an email back?
You don't want me to email back. You might lose more coverage.
I think that was gonna be his advice. Stay off.
I was
the
gonna
keyboard.
let Saudi say that.
We're not responding. Thank you. Your letter.
I
said
did
it
not
all.
respond
It's not worth
either.
it.
Like I said, I think this was coming. When you read the email, I don't know, they want the big money stuff with the low money stuff, and if they're losing out on the big money stuff, they're not interested, and that's kind of the way that thing reads in multiple facets. So I think this was coming regardless, and this might be why they didn't have a lot of DCRs, as they were toning down that side of it, because the other side is more lucrative.
Since everybody's here, I just got a text that the Hood River Bridge will not be closed this weekend.
Must
Or-
have been enough public pressure.
No, we're supposed to have a Pineapple Express coming through and rain
Wow.
on Friday. That's why my hay's still standing.
Yeah.
It
But,
always rains.
but they rescheduled it for June 24th through 26th. So it's not, you got a reprieve, but you just have to plan around the next one.
There you go.
All right, thank you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, staff. That was a great discussion.
Sure, we'll be seeing you again soon.
Yes, and Carmen, if you would give me a call at the end of the day. Thank you. All right, next we have 30 minutes late. HR and Administrative Director Rob Van Cleve and the IT Manager Jeff, who it's too far to walk. Locked in the room.
Busy. He's IT-ing.
Good afternoon, or good morning, feels like afternoon already. Following on the law enforcement, I did want to mention that our new insurance carrier that we're working the transition to, even though we're not officially with them until December 1st, they purchased a Street Smart virtual reality training system, and they've invited us to send a deputy to be trained in the use of that, and Bob's attempting to do that. So they're not making us wait until we're actually officially a member to take advantage of some of this high-tech training that they've purchased. So I think that's a good sign, and I appreciate the fact that they're not waiting until December 1st to at least give us access to some of the new technology.
Are they gonna pay for the overtime to send them as well?
Sure.
You said it. It's on recording now.
I doubt they're going to do that, sir. So the reason, I'm just going to get right into it. The reason I'm here is, as you may recall during the budget, we knew that the 3-year contract with the Canon copiers was going to expire this year, this month actually. And we couldn't project what that cost would be, but we knew it was coming. So to upgrade all of the copiers through the state contract with color copiers, not counting the commission's new copier and HRs because they're already under contract, would be an increase of about $9,400. Currently, we're spending about $71,700, and the new contract would be $81,000.
So difference is how much?
About $9,500. We also ask, that's to go to all color. Now, the expense there is really in the color copies, but departments can control that by defaulting to black and white printing. So the cost per page of color is quite a bit more than black and white, but they don't have to print everything in color. They can control that. The cost just to upgrade to black and white machines, new black and white copiers is still significant. It's only another 5 or 6%. There's some machines only another $10 a month to go from black and white to color. So even if we just stayed with black and white machines, it'd still be another $7,500.
So it might be $2,500 to have color.
Yeah, and then the copier in the courthouse that we all used on the main floor in the closet will go away, and that'll save about $2,500 a year. So the cost is really a lot less than we thought it was going to be with technology to upgrade to the color copiers, mostly because I think the money they make in the color, it isn't printing in color, is in the ink. Again, we can control that. Now, if you remember last year, we weren't able until the first part of this fiscal year to make the changes in the long distance charges and the phone lines, which is about a $60,000 savings. That money is still in all of the departments and all of the funds. We didn't have a chance to, when we built the budget, that's still in there. So there is money in the current budget to cover this increase. So this implementing the new copier release this year would not result in, or should not result in any supplemental budget requests, because departments should have savings much more than that in their phone lines and long distance charges. So next year, what it would mean is that $60,000 savings would be $50,000 overall, because we'd absorb some of that in this increased copier cost. So what we need is just direction to bring back to you. Since it's on the state bid, we can just bring back a contract at the next meeting or future meeting, work with the PA's office if that's the direction you want us to go. They did indicate that it might take a couple months to get the machines here because of the supply chain, so we may have to work with the PA on possibly an extension of the current contract for a couple months to cover until they get the new machines on site and installed. So, and then finally, if you still have time, want to do it, Commissioner Christopher and I yesterday had a conference call with Wendy Mifflin from HDR Incorporated, a consultant on solid waste that was recommended by Michelle to Commissioner Christopher. You may recognize either the firm or the person. She's the one that wrote the solid waste management plan for Klickitat County and has a lot of background and knowledge in solid waste throughout the state, both on the Republic side, on the private side, and as well as on the government side. So I'll kick it over to Commissioner Christopher to.
Gee, thanks.
You're welcome.
So yes, very, very knowledgeable. At not only what goes on in solid waste departments, but rebuilding solid waste departments. She was telling us that she's currently or just finished up type of thing or worked through Thurston County. They were without a director for 18 months and worked with the county to redo and update theirs. There is a question, she does, currently, this company currently has a contract that will start shortly with Republic to do their
Operations and maintenance manuals for Thurston County.
for Thurston County. Thurston County, obviously, she's hired by Thurston County to oversee theirs, but Thurston County did not see a conflict of interest in letting her also do the operation and maintenance manuals for Republic, but she would need to know sooner rather than later if this county thought there was a conflict of interest with Republic. So I said I didn't see it, but I thought I would bring it up to you and also to Mr. Quinnell to see if there was a conflict. If there was, it sounds like she would, and we were still interested in hiring her, she would pass off that Republic contract to somebody else in their firm to avoid the conflict, because she's vested here. She, like I said, she wrote our plan. She knows the players. She has, 30 some odd years in solid waste departments around the county, or around the state, is, I think would be a big help. I did ask her, that you guys would probably need a presentation, and she's more than fine with that. I told her we have a Thursday workshop coming up, and she's totally fine with zooming in and giving a presentation to you guys on that. And because I told her what I thought it needed, but I think you guys also need to tell her what you think that department needs. And then she guesstimated the overall cost at $25,000 in 60 days, I think, or something like that, to do a full eval on what each person does, how many hours a day they're spending doing it, what other counties are doing that we're maybe missing the boat on, or not doing, what we're doing that we may be able to not do anymore. I don't think our department's been looked at since it was created. And I think we need to have whoever's running it, manning the train on the tracks in the direction we point the tracks.
Thoughts, Commissioner Sauter?
Oh, I forgot to add one thing. The cost is also can be partly offset by wages that aren't currently being paid.
I guess that'd be my first what are we, what would we be hiring this firm to be doing? I mean, is this looking at the department as far as the solid waste department, or
The department,
as far as how the structure of it is?
the structure, the job duties, like the director, your job duties are this. We know they're not that. We know those need updated. What do they need updated to? What are other counties doing? We're a little different because we have the working relationship with Republic. So do we want that director being the mediator for us, or are we really handling that ourselves and don't want him to be the mediator?
So she was kind of reluctant to give us a price because not knowing what all three commissioners were interested in. So we pushed her a little bit just to give us a ballpark estimate. And what the conversation was options. So if you just replace the current vacant position, then we at least need to understand the job description better, because I don't think the current job description is current. And so having someone with that expertise to help us decide what that would look like at the very least. Other options of restructuring the department, not restructuring the department, roles and responsibilities. Why it'd be a little more expensive for her is that she'd prefer to interview folks, sit down with the staff and sit down with the commissioners to better understand where we've been and where we want to go. So that's why she thought it might tend to be a little bit more expensive. But I guess the bottom line is we don't know what we don't know. And with her background and expertise, talking to all of the staff and commissioners that need to be talked to, and other folks potentially get a better understanding of where it is we want to go in the future. So it could be less than that dollar amount.
Right.
So that's why she'd want to meet with or talk through at a meeting to all three of you to better understand where as a group you want to go, and then she can fine tune the proposal and give us a more exact potential cost.
I have no problem inviting her to a workshop to hear her pitch. $25,000 or looking at our department, I think that's as much as we pay on some people for their entire year's worth of services, almost, to this county. That one's hard for me to swallow. Doing a deep dive into it, I think it's not a bad idea to look at the department and where we want to go and put the train on the tracks, but I think we have skilled professionals in our HR department. I think we have skilled professionals in the department currently, and that a lot of it's going to come down to the direction that we set. I definitely am interested in hearing, and she might be able to sell me, but right now, if you told me if I had $25,000 for solid waste, what would I put it into? I would put it into hiring someone like Foster and Pepper to help on the contract negotiations, because that's what actually matters. That's where the income comes in.
I would say that's the issue I'm having, is that it depends on what are we trying to do. I think the question for me has always been, like, the thing that's unique really about Klickitat County is that relationship between the county and Republic Services and that host fee and that contract. That's like in a complete, like every county has a solid waste department. And that's a wheel that we can pull off the shelf anywhere and look at other examples and how are we doing. The thing that's unique about us is, what is that relationship? Is there a relationship between the solid waste, whether it's the director or whoever it is, managing that contract and all of the complexity that goes with that? That's a skill set that's really almost only, it's in this county, is the only county really in the state that has to have that capability. So I'm questioning the ability of someone, I'm sure this person is phenomenal, but how much experience could they actually have in advising us on that? Because nobody else does this. And that's the thing that we always struggle with, is we don't know, like, that's the policy direction. The board's got to decide, is that the appropriate, is solid waste where that should be as far as managing that contract, or is that kind of outside the normal skills sets that you would hire in a solid waste director?
And I think those are some of the things that need to be addressed. And I think that's why Commissioner Christopher suggested a dialogue with the full commissioners. I think she even indicated she had read the agreement between us and Republic. And since she drafted as a consultant our solid waste management plan, she indicated she was very familiar with our relationship with Republic, and it's unique throughout the state and a landfill. So she seemed to have a lot of in-depth knowledge in that regard. So probably shouldn't have thrown a price out there, because once she knows what it is that we're looking for, what you're looking for, she may be able to come in considerably lower than that, knowing what the deliverables that we want. But having that conversation with her and asking those questions.
Yeah, I'm open to that. I mean, I'm open to have her come in and say, maybe, because we do need, the biggest thing I have the most concern about right now is that we are under, we've had a request on the part of Republic to take a look at the host fee contract, renegotiate. They have an interest of, when I say renegotiate, I don't know if that's really accurate, to change. So I guess that would require a negotiation. And those are the things that I wish we had. Like, we don't have the capability, or at least I don't feel like we do, in-house right now.
I don't know that we would ever have.
I don't know
we didn't have
either.
that.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's such a unique thing. I don't know that there's anybody that can really help
If you're
us.
really looking at contract, that is probably maybe more of a Foster Peppery kind of a scenario. If you're looking at trying to figure out, I guess I would say, here's a scenario. What the current employees in solid waste do, how much time they spend doing their job. Do we need to hire a director, or can we just reorganize that chart and make the current employee a manager, give her some of the director duties and take some of the food off of her plate, which would then save you dollars in the long term? Reevaluate whether there needs to be all of the employees or not.
So I would say we have some of the most professional HR people in the industry, and to make that decision, if we have to spend set $25,000, we're doing something wrong. I mean, that's a quarter of our HR director's salary for that,
It's like,
for 60 days.
I appreciate you pointing that out.
yeah,
Or,
everything's a public record.
yeah.
This idea, the other thing I would restate, because I said it before, when I had my meeting with Michelle last week, this idea to reach out to this woman was her recommendation, because she thought it would help us get a better understanding of what they do.
Right.
So with that, I would just, at this point, recommend we allow her to give a presentation and for us to ask questions. And then you guys can go from there.
Sounds great.
That's good. I'm all
Let's
about
add it to the
information.
agenda for a workshop.
Our workshop.
You got anything else?
Thank you.
What do you have?
Correction. On the facilities vehicles,
Uh-huh.
it's actually 3,000 for all the vehicles per year.
Okay, that's a much better number.
Yeah, so that there are hand-me-down vehicles, so they should be less.
Okay.
Well, that feels much better.
That much better. Yeah, I was like, wow.
So I'll need to swap out, can I swap out that sheet? Okay, I'll get it back down to you. Thank you.
All right.
I actually caught a mistake.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, thank you.
Well, when it doesn't add up, it doesn't add up.
I would say if you need a vehicle, I got a Ford Escape SLT four-door.
I'll do for 2,000 a month.
Yeah.
29,000
I know rental cars are real high right now, but that's really high.
I can tell you that Lee and I are working with the new carrier. They just told us today in an email, they hope into July is when their board meets and sets the rates. So we should know in August what we'll clearly know early in our budget process what the new rates will be. It's taking a little longer to get that extension agreement from the current carrier. And Jonathan's doing his best to try and get that.
Well, and since the transition is now switched from October to December, it looks like I get to stay on the current one for a couple extra
And then
months, so.
we've got a draft resolution.
You could go to, yeah.
We've got a draft resolution from them assigning all of, who the board member is going to be and all that other, and we'll get that to you at an appropriate
All the
time as
shrimp
well.
you can, we already paid for it.
A whole boat.
Yeah. So it's all being worked on. Thank you.
I would entertain a
Hey,
motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we recess for lunch, be back at 1 o'clock.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to recess. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Okay, now try that.
And can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Again, we're calling the meeting to order, and we are going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the business agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve commissioner meeting minutes for May 3rd, May 10th, and May 17th as presented.
I would second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Next, we are going to move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. At 1:25, the board may respond to any comments that have been asked or stated. We will begin, as always, in the room. If there's anybody who would like to say anything. And since there isn't, we're going to go online. Is there anybody who would like to provide public comment? We're a little light today on the attendance. *6 to unmute your phone, turn your video on, turn your camera on, and get our attention. And we would love to hear from you. Gonna be one of those days, huh? You don't want to hear my stand-up comedy. All right. Well, if somebody changes their mind, whoa, yes. Oh, Pat Arnold has her hand raised. Pat, you're going to need to unmute.
Yep. Can you hear me?
I need to find the timer.
Can you hear
We
me?
can see you, but we can't hear you.
Well, I'm unmuted.
Yes, was my next question. If somebody can hear Pat that's online.
Are you there, Pat?
I'm unmuted.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Miss Arnold.
All right. So, I listened in this morning on the sheriff's report, and you know, you heard a pretty spirited defense of the posse. The one time that I've had, a few years ago, I went to the fair, and there were several posse members in the admissions booth where you were paying to get in, and walking around on the grounds, and they had handcuffs and they had handguns. And I remember that one of the first trainings that people are sent to when they join the posse is gun training. And say what you will about community policing or neighborhood watch kinds of ideas, the emphasis on arms, that the posse be trained and that they often carry. And I missed, it just seems kind of, it's not the same emphasis as actually a community watch. And I missed the first part of the sheriff's report this morning, but what I heard was that there had been an apprehension of somebody who was involved many different law enforcement agencies, including posse members. There was distinctly a shout out to the posse in that report. And since I didn't catch all of it, I don't know exactly what role they played, but there is a blurry line here in this county, I believe, in the operations of the posse between law enforcement activities and kind of a community neighborhood watch activities. And I heard, like I say, you heard a spirited defense of the posse this morning. It did nothing to alleviate my concerns about the posse and the role that posse members play around here. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Perhaps you want to invite those who have concerns about the posse to communicate with you in some way, because you got kind of a one-sided story this morning. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Arnold. Okay, we will go back in the room. Is anybody in the room interested in providing public comment? Nobody wants to make eye contact. Back online. *6 to unmute yourself on your phone, turn your camera on, raise your hand, get our attention. All right. 0796.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Lisa Evans of White Salmon. As much as I'd love to hear your stand-up comedy, Commissioner Anderson, I appreciate the time for public comment, and I just wanted to bring up the fact that it was announced officially earlier today that the Hood River Bridge will be open this weekend. I know this impacts a lot of people's plans, so I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Due to the weather forecast, they are delaying. The bridge is still planned for maintenance. That'll be June 24th to the 26th. So people can plan accordingly for that. And then just since I have another moment of time, I myself really appreciate the posse. Number one, people who carry firearms, especially in the posse, are well trained. I think anyone who owns a firearm definitely should be trained. And so I appreciate all the efforts that the posse goes through to do regular training, especially as we see a rise in crime and less funds that are, being allocated towards police and law enforcement in general. Also, I would like to just stress the fact that due to the posse, we do save tens of thousands of dollars a year in tax money, and just by having people in the community come out and be involved as part of the posse. I really, really appreciate their time and the efforts. I mean, it's not just people on the ground. There's also people with other resources like aircraft, that are out there keeping our community safe. And there is absolutely no way to put a price on that. So I will just say that, I really support the posse. I think they're doing a great job. And I think that's how a community should be run, is by the people, for the people. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay. Anybody else online interested in providing public comment? *6 to unmute yourself if you're on your phone. Raise your hand or turn your video on. Okay. We will get to other work unless Mr. Barta has something he would like to say. Just looking for air-conditioned room for the evening. Ah, there you go. Doesn't have a cost. Doo-doo. We've had a few more people join. If you would like to provide public comment, *6 to unmute yourself, turn your video on, jump up and down, get our attention however you would like, nearly however you would like.
Excitement, I'm gonna step out real quick, I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Why has Steve Nygaard been retired? A long time, he's still. the bill's
Still on it.
coming. Equipment supervisor. At least 10 years.
Really? We are still in public comment. If anybody would like to provide public comment, either in the room or online, get our attention, however you would like. We're getting up there now. We are still in public comment. If anybody would like to tell us anything, *6 to unmute yourself, turn your video on, raise your hand. We've still got another 10 minutes.
Ms. Phoebe, if I'm looking at the minutes that we just approved for May 3rd, and it does not look like my edits got updated. Wastewater treatment plant, looking at possibly selling it to the public utilities district. Did I say that? I didn't say that. Is there a way to correct that one before we sign? It's the May 3rd minutes. Page top statement of line or page 4. Do what? Oh. Well, this one's already been signed, but it would be nice if it was corrected because I'm gonna get some lack for that statement that I didn't make. Oh, that worked.
Look at the difference on how many different things, like they don't even hardly fit on the same page versus even someone like McClure who has a lot of grants, you know what I mean?
I know, public health.
Gee, Christmas.
complicated.
We are still in public comment. If anybody would like to comment back inside on this beautiful day and provide public comment, we would love to hear from you.
Even if they're just telling us how great our air conditioning is.
Come on, ladies.
Gotta be something.
It's gotta be something you want to talk about.
I still haven't seen that.
You guys did it on camera? Don't you have a camera out there?
So,
The rumor that it was on camera, but I haven't seen it. So this tree right,
Yeah.
one on this side
They
or one on that side?
rigged it up.
They're gonna fix it though.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, okay, yeah. Maybe we need black posts.
There, gave you my 2 cents.
There you go.
thank you, ma'am.
It was very sad.
I mean, the tree didn't even have a chance to live yet.
Didn't get time to step out of the way or nothing. The rumor is there's video and the rumor is law enforcement knows who it is. That's all we know.
Huh. Is this how it used to be? You guys just hung out from 1 to 1:30? Let your,
No, they usually had me in the room making comment with them, so we actually had dialogue and would talk about baseball or whatever for the day.
so it was like lunch?
Kind of.
Oh. Well, would you like to just talk? Any great lessons learned from the
Remember
dinosaur?
conversations 2 years ago about comprehensive mental health. Yeah. So,
If we keep this up, we're not gonna be the best watched show in Klickitat County any longer. Have to give it back to the radio stations.
Real commissioners of Klickitat County. I think we can compete with the,
the Real Housewives.
yeah,
of
the
Klickitat.
Franklin County is the, I think their ratings are higher.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm good with that.
Is that the one with the old football player?
Yeah, that's the,
I'm glad you felt it was entertaining.
Yeah, entertaining, that's one way of putting it.
You're so delicate.
Yeah. Wild.
yeah, Franklin, I think, is like that almost on a weekly basis.
Really?
Yeah.
It's pretty entertaining over there.
Maybe we could do a split screen and we could be watching
Watch
theirs.
Is it their public comment or just their actual meeting?
It's their actual meetings,
It's
mostly,
both.
it's both, yeah.
Both.
It's both.
Because it's public comment, but then the one of the
It's,
commissioners.
yeah, yeah.
You think I'm loud and boisterous, no, this guy put me to shame. Yeah, that's the football player guy.
Oh, what was his name? All right. Well, we got time for one more public comment. There's anybody who would like to tell us how you feel, even talk about the weather? We'd be happy to hear anything at this point.
And I guess we're in the middle because then you watch Yakima counties and it's been more. I mean, there's nothing. So, I mean, one citizen comment a month. Yeah. It's just nothing. So it's,
Pat,
we're in the middle of all.
Pat Arnold, since we have had no one, I would love to hear from you.
I just have a question for you. Whether the county is playing any role or what you might or could do to help the white salmon pool get to completion. I'm guessing that it's a jurisdictional issue, but it is going to serve people in the county outside of the city. And I'm just curious if you have any comment on that. Thanks.
Okay. How would either of my seatmates like to respond?
I would say there is a little bit of a jurisdictional issue, but the county already previously donated $50,000 to that project. So it does currently have some skin in the game.
I would say, I mean, we're certainly supportive of it. I think there may be some conflict in the future if we're competing for the same dollars.
3 ways.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, again, I think it's a good, and it's not really, we shouldn't say it's a city because that is the Metropolitan Park District.
Right.
So, so there are folks in, I'm not sure the district boundaries. I want to say it's like the school district of White Salmon, if I'm trying to recall.
I believe there will be 3 RCO grants for Klickitat County submitted this year, and it will be up to RCO on who they fund.
All right, we have time for another comment. If there's anybody who would like to provide public comment, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Last chance.
I mean, this is even about somebody named Chance.
Speaking of which,
Oh.
since
How about
nobody's
last
speaking
chance?
up right now, I will steal 2 minutes just to throw in a friendly reminder and a piece of tidbit in each one of your brains as we go closer to budget. You know, one of my personal preferences is to get back to some kind of a community development block grant if we're not paying for radio towers. Looking at other counties and working as we get closer to budget season, my push would be to develop some kind of a community development fund where we put in, that's just spitball numbers, $150,000, $50,000 per commissioner district that can be used and designated by that commissioner for projects in their district, like a Dallasport Park, like a Trout Lake Park, or swimming pool, to use to actually get some community development in each district. So just keep that on your head and ponder that for the next couple months as we get closer to budget and we start seeing what's there. You might hear me mention it again.
Oh, he just has it covered. Mr. Wagner, camera I just saw was on. But that's normal. Okay, we have time for one more if anybody would like to provide public comment. I'm not seeing anyone. I'd respond to Miss Arnold. It looks to be that the pool district or the parks district is having some difficulty coming up with the amount of funding necessary to build in this expensive environment. I would assume that they are going to slow their roll a little bit on their expectations on when it can be built and apply for more grants. I know some of the grants that they had applied for didn't come through. So, and the cost to construct is just exceedingly high right now with the price of materials and labor. And then, but the county has in the past donated money to the pool. The county donated money to the organization to get it started when they first formed. The county commissioners have always been supportive of the pool reconstruction. Man, still have time. And I guess we have time for one more public comment, if anybody would like to say anything.
Dave McClure has his hand up.
He doesn't even have a post to hide behind anymore.
Oh, I never thought of that. He used to hide behind the post and there's no post anymore.
Why do you think he's in here so often, Les?
Good call. We'll have to build one out of boxes or something.
Give him a white shirt.
Yeah. Just put a big mirror in front of him so it's.
All right. I'm going to close public comment so that we can move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the consent agenda with all 10 items.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with all 10 items. Ladies, thank you for coming. Sorry we could not entertain you
Yeah,
more.
sorry it was a boring day on Jerry Springer today.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pay estimate number 1 to All Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning Incorporated for the Pioneer Center HVAC replacement project in the amount of $23,600.42, which excludes $1,151.24 in retainage and includes $1,726.86 in sales tax.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to pay estimate number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Do we have a regular
You have the.
bills?
I haven't seen it. I didn't see it in there either.
Yeah, I didn't
Maybe
see it.
it's hiding on one side or the other, but
Oh, it's actually in an envelope.
Ooh.
in, oh, wow, okay. Usually next to the red thing.
Yeah. Just keeping us on our toes. Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants, the amount of $123,409.03 for the date ending June 6, 2022.
I would second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to pay the bills. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, do we have Mr. Stafford here yet? I mean, we're 10 minutes ahead, and then I think there were some people from
I don't see
Snowden
one.
that we're gonna call in
I
as
don't
well.
see one, unless it's just a phone number. I
Okay.
don't see a name.
Why don't we, is there any board pending that you gentlemen would like to discuss?
Yeah. Yeah, I just have to find it. I'm assuming you guys received, this is the second time where I've received it, the opioid letter from the Secretary of State, or not Secretary of State, but anyway, that you need counties to sign off on, even if counties that didn't get on the original deal. So I guess my curiosity would be, is there anything holding us back from signing on that? Is there, because it sounds like there might be potential monies for counties that refused to sign in on it originally. So I guess I would ask you guys what we're doing, and or should we be forwarding that to our prosecutor for guidance? Or are we just filing that email?
No, I mean, I think we should ask to
Send it
see,
over there, and
is there some downside as far as the.
is there downside, is there upside?
Is there upside? I mean, if there's only potential upside, no downside, then yeah.
Okay, yes, is that a same idea?
No, I'm fine with sending it over.
Sending,
there.
that's all I'm saying is sending it over. I don't know.
I don't know if I firmly believe in a couple of these lawsuits. These class action lawsuits where the attorneys get $130 million.
I don't agree with the process, but yeah, no, I would agree.
And how only the company can be held liable, but you have professionals that have been handing them out like candy.
Yeah, I was gonna
They
say, when
who
you
have
look,
no
you look at it,
liability.
you see some of those small towns with, you know, population 1,500, but they fill 1,800 opioid prescriptions a month, and it's like, how can you fill more prescriptions than you have residents? But yeah, no, I'm not arguing the cause. I'm just saying if there's money on the table that can help us in our drug alcohol treatment or mental health facility stuff, we should be trying to see if there's some available. That's all I'm
Yep,
gonna say.
all in favor. All right, do you have
All right.
anything?
I do, as far as I do, and I'll forward it to you. I did go Friday to the ATSWA meeting in Vancouver, so that's the area aging agency. Mostly why I went in person was there was on the table was going to be a discussion about the continued growth of the fund balance of the agency and what are we going to do about that? Because and the agency has been a strong advocate of it makes no sense to build fund balance. Those dollars should be used for their purpose. And so it was just mostly an introduction to it. And so we're supposed to come back next month with some ideas of how should that be rebalanced. They gave us the executive director, 3 or 4 different options of ways to spend that down, to balance the curve down. And we all agreed we wanted to go back and talk to our seatmates. And then also I want to talk to Director Carter I'm always an advocate of no new programs. And that's what I've told him. I said, every single program that we operate, that you give us dollars to operate in the county is underfunded. So I said, if I take my commissioner hat off, maybe I could advocate, but with it on, it's like I would just rather see additional resources going to the existing program so that I don't have to subsidize as much.
Buy some bus shelters or something.
So something. So I mean, it's significant. I mean, it
Well,
could
that's
be.
what I'm saying. I'm assuming you guys have a benchmark of your reserve that you would like to have.
Right,
that
and
at,
see,
and
that's
you have
what's-
this number now. What's the difference?
Well,
between
that's the problem is that we have had to raise that number we've had to change the rule because it keeps exceeding the number. And we have tried to change the programs. And in fact, I think it was in our consent today was the volunteer coordinator position. That's how that's getting funded that was another attempt was identified as a way there was some dollars. And, and one of the suggestions was they're providing because they got it through CARES Act and then the other federal dollars that came in, more dollars are going to pay for the meals because they're having to deliver them to home. Exactly. And so there's like, well, is that with the eligibility requirements are going to change once the emergency order expires? Because there's a bunch of people that are getting them that wouldn't qualify anymore. What's going to happen when that happens? And so, so that was one, and then the others, there's been additional dollars going into transportation because there was more, and that's gonna go away. Do we backfill that? Do we whatever? And so I'll send you their suggestions, and then I wanna, we got a month before, actually 6 weeks, because we stretched it out.
I'm kind of with you. I don't want to start new projects that in a year
No.
I got to fund because people are now used to having this
Exactly.
service.
That was my comment,
I
was
would
like, we have to be
rather fund
really careful.
Do a better job of funding what we have now.
Right.
Or buy some bus stops or something like that people aren't going to miss in 2 years if you don't have any new ones.
If you don't have any new ones.
So yeah, I think we're on the same page there.
Okay.
Hey, anything else on your list?
The only thing I had is we had a comment and I got a public records request too. I had made some comments last week about the tax payments of wind projects and stuff. And I have found the document. I was not making things up in my own mind. And so I did find it. I'm working with the treasurer to be sure we can release it because there's some individual taxpayer information on there. I want to make sure that doesn't need to be redacted. I don't think it does.
You have the exact number of what the windmills are
Yeah.
paying.
Yeah.
Because I sent him a request about 2 months ago that I wanted that, and he said he's gonna have to work on it, so.
Oh, I don't actually have it.
This might get that answer a little bit.
Well,
for you.
I only have the numbers through 21, so I don't have
Listen up.
this year's.
I'm just looking at something to give me so I can answer the question. And know I've seen a document and I'm not just relying on.
And just for
hearsay.
the record, the top taxpayer in the county is Windy Flats Wind Farm. That's the very one that the issue was raised on, so.
Even though it's getting all those local tax breaks.
I'm not commenting on that.
Would you please correct that record?
Yeah,
Since you said
he
it
was being
now.
Oh,
facetious.
I was being facetious. Yeah, no local tax breaks, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
That would be propaganda that you hear
I do
elsewhere.
expect, because I do see Mr. Wagner is on the thing, so we should be able to send you the document. I'm hoping by the end of today, as far as I just got to be sure that there's not information that needs to be redacted.
All right. No, they're coming on. I see them.
That's because
They're popping with 2 minutes?
because they're
Oh,
maybe
other,
their
board pending?
speeds are a little slow today.
I-
So
I participated in a Goldendale Spring cleanup on South Columbus. There's about 10 people doing about just over a mile of road, collected about 25 bags of trash.
wow,
Hopefully do something else like that again in July.
good for you.
Just more turnout, hopefully next time.
All right. Stafford, are you here?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm in.
All right. We're going to pin you to here so we can see you. Maybe. There he is. All right. We're 1 minute ahead of schedule, so we will get started. This is a meeting with Stafford Strong, who works for Charter Communications. He sent an email to us a month ago looking to talk about broadband in Klickitat County and what Charter can do. How are you today, sir?
Good, thank you for having me today. So commissioners, as you may know, there's a lot of money going out in broadband grants in the state. The Washington State Broadband Office is one of them. They were apportioned $180 million for this year to distribute broadband in the state. And one of the requirements of the grant program from the legislature is that if a private ISP is to participate, that they partner with a local government entity. And so that's why I'm approaching you and the county. Charter already serves many areas of the county, especially along the river. But as I worked with my design team, we identified a few hundred passings that we can get to. They're in a price range where it's attractive for a broadband grant application, but it's outside the realm of being profitable without the grants. So that's why I'm here today. I'm hoping that we can put together a broadband grant partnership. I've met with Commissioner Anderson and we've discussed some of those areas and some of those prices. Along with these grant applications, some of the scoring criteria is private match or application match. So as co-applicants, if we go in on something like this, the funds that we put forward would give a greater weight and scoring criteria to the application. And while we're still waiting about another week until the official NOFO and rules come out surrounding the grant program, generally speaking, and on a grant like this, I anticipate that Charter would be willing to front the private match portion of that to satisfy that part of the grant to get those full points. And so given the nature of where we currently are and what it would take to extend broadband a little bit further to several hundred more businesses and homes in the county, I think this is a good opportunity to apply for part of that $180 million in broadband grants that are coming out. As far as timing is concerned, again, it's going to be the State Broadband Office announced that it's going to be released in about a week, the grant rules, and that'll set the official timetable. But applications they've indicated are going to be due middle of August. But there's a criteria to the grant process that requires us to notify other local incumbent providers that may be near the areas 6 weeks prior to that mid-August deadline, which would fall on July 7th. I guess with that, generally speaking, Charter, we provide the highest speeds that are out there. We provide fiber to the home. Everything that we build on a project like this would be a fiber actually to the home. Currently, our fastest speed offering is 1 gig download speeds. We can do custom builds that are 1 gigabyte symmetrical speeds for businesses that may need those. And Charter is also very keen on making sure that broadband is also affordable, not only available, but affordable. And we participate in all equity digital programs, as well as we have our own program. And I'll mention 2 of them briefly. One of them is the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP. That provides a $30 a month benefit to those who qualify. And those who qualify are those who fall within 200% of the federal poverty level. And in light of that, we just launched a new 100 megabyte program, which includes equipment and does not have a contract or data caps at $30 a month. So essentially you can get that for free if you qualify for that ACP. And then on top of that, we have our own unsubsidized program called Spectrum Internet Assist, which is where students who are on a free or reduced lunch program or seniors on SSI can get 30 megabytes of internet for $18 a month. And again, that includes equipment with no contracts and no data caps. And then of course, we also offer our mobile and telephone and TV services along with wherever we come. I guess I've been talking a lot here, but are there any questions or any thoughts, or Commissioner Anderson, anything I may have missed?
So what would you need from us? I mean, I'm kind of a bottom line guy.
Yeah.
I didn't really, you did talk a lot. That was great information to have, but I didn't necessarily hear the ask, or at least I am too dense to have pulled the ask out of your comments. So make it simple for me.
What Charter is seeking is a partnership. So with this application, there's a lot of details. The applications are extensive. Charter would do all the legwork in putting it together, but we can't actually submit the application to the state. We can be a co-applicant with a public entity. And again, we'll make it as easy as possible as we can on the county, and you can be involved or not as involved as you'd like, but you would need to actually submit the application to the state and agree to be a co-applicant with Charter.
Thank you.
And clarification, you're not asking for any county dollars, correct?
No, and I anticipate, though, again, I can't promise that at this time. I need to wait to see the formal rules and what comes out, but I anticipate that Charter would be able to put forward the private funds to satisfy the points criteria of the financial contribution from the applicant side.
So my only concern would be a legal one of review from the prosecutor to make sure that we don't put ourselves on the hook for something down the road. Other than that, I don't see a problem myself.
So what Stafford and I were looking at the maps and the costs to go to a lot of these places. A couple of years ago, we were in a different place than we are now in the county because we now have broadband options that are throughout the county. You may have to wait a year. And so my thought to Stafford was, let's hit all the homes that we possibly can for the cheapest amount of money so that we're more competitive. Because if you have to run fiber 1.5 miles to one residence, that might cost $60,000 and bring your whole cost per house up, where that person may already have Starlink or something of that nature. So let's focus on the logical way to design it. So we his team cut a few places out, which they still have that option on Starlink. But in order, it brought the cost per passing, they call it, down pretty significantly. And I just wanted to make sure you guys are fine with that's kind of the way we're looking at it is, we've got a lot of places in the county. It would be great to have all of them, but are you going to take service to the end of the line when they have another option as well?
To me, it's kind of I don't know. It's kind of a squishy one to me because it isn't cost effective if it wasn't subsidized by the government, and you know how much I love subsidies. But it's kind of the same thing when you're dealing with green energy projects or whatever else. It isn't cost effective for them to do unless they get a big fat government check to do it. As long as I'm not having to write the big fat government check, it is what it is. So if it benefits some people that can get something versus it going to somebody on Bainbridge Island, sure.
Right. That's right. And I think your comments, you're not in the right job to affect those decisions have been made somewhere else.
A little higher up than me.
So, I want to see if we can get some benefit to our folks. And again, it's not, I think it's impractical, if we're waiting for the practical, for this application, for the whole, every single structure in the county, we'll never get there. So I would rather get some than none, or at least attempt to get some. I mean, we don't have a guarantee that your grant application will be successful, but if yeah, as long as we're not on the hook for something, I'm okay with it. I'm supportive. I'm more than okay with it. I would support it, I guess.
So going from here, they have to contact all the alternative providers in the area, and this is always the case. We may have someone like CenturyLink step up and say, hey, we're providing broadband. We got CAF $2 for this. You should decline them. But I think when we did
Do they have to, sorry to interrupt, but I lose my train of thought if I don't.
But my train of thought doesn't matter.
Good point.
Kidding.
What were you both
bad.
talking about?
No, I feel bad. You're younger than me, your memory's better. If the other provider comes forward, God, now you got me all frazzled. If the other provider comes forward, do they have to like push a proposal in the same region that he's talking about? Or just, are they fighting over the same money potentially in different areas?
No, so usually it's about market share, and CenturyLink already got federal dollars.
Right.
We're going for state dollars to provide broadband throughout a large section of Klickitat County. What we found, especially through when we did the big broadband, Office of Broadband thing, is that they're not providing services that meet broadband speeds. And anybody on CenturyLink will probably tell you anywhere in the county, that's the case. So we may end up having to fight a little bit with CenturyLink saying, actually, we're supportive of these people because you built out a DSL network that can't meet today's definition of broadband. Where these guys are going to come in and just put fiber to the home like you should have in the first place.
And if I may, commissioners, it's very mathematical about what's eligible for these grants and what's not, and what speeds are able to be met. And part of the purpose of these 6 weeks notice letters is to make sure that the providers and applicants are working together somewhat informally to make sure that we're not applying for grants in areas where there's already broadband that meets those minimum standards. So the maps we have, our design team found that these are areas that do not currently meet that minimum standard. And so an objection from another provider, unless there's information we're not aware of, and that's what the purpose of the letters for, is to work through those issues. But if they don't have service that meets that minimum standard, then the area would be eligible for the grant.
Yep. So moving forward, I think you have support from us to move forward collaboratively to work forward on this grant. Do you want to talk about briefly, I know there's some people from the community, the areas that we're focused on that currently don't meet the standards? I know you can't show us the map, but can you give us the?
You mean generally discuss some of the areas we're looking at going to?
Yes, or I can if you'd like.
Sure. Well, we currently serve, for example, white salmon, and then there's some areas along the northwestern side, the north side, along the east, and then northeast of there. And scattered throughout that project area, we identified there's passings that are both considered unserved, which means they're considered to not have any internet service according to the standard, and some that are unserved, which are still eligible, but they fall within a certain speed range that's still considered too slow, which makes it eligible for the grant areas. And then also moving east, there's several connections in Lyle and north of Lyle, up that canyon, which appears to be up that canyon, and then up on the plateau on the west side. And then moving further east, I'm looking at the highway here, Centerville Highway, along that route, and a certain distance on either side of that road, and then out into some more passings as you get further east out into that area. So, and we can look and discuss some of these maps more closely if you'd like at another time, just given how early we are in the process. These are still proprietary, but they will become public as we move down in the application process.
So you're essentially looking at areas right now that incorporates kind of the entire county at that point. You're in all 3 commissioner districts.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know that it takes in the whole county, but we do try and get a broad scope of the areas and get as many connections as we can. Because how it works is there's kind of central facilities that distribute the broadband, and then it branches out from there. And those central facilities can reach an X number of distance before you have to build another one. And so when we take in costs and pricing and how far we can go and where we go, it's there's a cost analysis done based on the technology and facilities that need to be built.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know yet if this is only going to be extending the white salmon stuff, or if it actually is going to be over here on Centerville Highway as well.
Right now, the plan is to get everything I just described, and certainly we could get to anywhere that I guess you as a board would want us to get to, but you start running into the cost analysis issues that makes it much more expensive. And so given the project area here was a good medium that we found that makes it an attractive application based on cost and reaches the greatest number of homes. And
They
go
don't
ahead,
have a
Commissioner.
knock up here, so it's white salmon and Lyle and Dallasport is kind of where they have their NOCs, their network operation centers. And so that's where they're branching off from. So like this first grant, you go a ways, a few miles up these areas, whether it's Canyon Road, Centerville Road, 141, or Snowden. And then hopefully the next one, you'll come back and pick up the next set.
Right,
and
I'm
you'll
just,
go from-
but it's across, it's not just in one
Yeah,
side.
but
That-
it's,
that
I think
was
it's
kind
all
of my point.
District 1 and 2. They don't have anything in District 3.
Well, that's true. The lower part of Centerville Highway is not.
It's still District 2, yeah.
And there's another 45 million coming with the Public Works Board later this year. And then there's federal funds that each state is being apportioned under the BEAD program. And it's rumored that there may be up to $1 billion coming to Washington for that. So this is not a one-time deal. This would hopefully be a partnership that we can continue to take as many bites at the apple and then win grants and then continue to go out even further and further to those eligible areas that we can.
Yeah, and once we get started and we're starting to branch out, then it gets easier to continue branching from there. Sound good?
I'm biting my tongue, sir.
I'm good.
Let's do the poor and impoverished areas last, so it's welcome to government. No, I'm good with it.
Are you
You gotta do
saying
what you gotta do.
Appleton and High Prairie aren't considered that? And so,
High Prairie? You might get me with Appleton, but not High Prairie.
all right. Well, we're gonna stay off of this one. Okay, thank you so
Yep,
much,
thank you, sir.
Stafford. If
Thank
you
you,
need
Commissioner.
anything from us, you've got my contact information and look forward to working with you soon.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners.
Yep, thank you.
I think you're 2 different companies since they have it down there. You get CenturyLink up here.
You'd have more
An extra mile.
HTC up here.
That would be a different guy asking
Right.
for a different
Right.
partnership. And we can't force partnerships, but we can accept the ones that are offered to us, so.
Hey, if somebody
I'll
wants
take
to
what I can
walk
get.
in and say they're gonna do the work.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'll take what I can get.
All right. Next up, we have the prosecuting attorney, David Cannell. David, are you there? Are you coming over? You're on the way?
I'll defer to the end, please.
Oh, okay. All right. We're just a couple minutes ahead of schedule. Next, we're gonna have the solid waste program coordinator, Michelle, for department update. Hi. Should be green. It shows green.
Is it green?
Oh, press the button.
How about now?
Ooh.
All right. So the Bingen and white salmon community cleanup we touched on at the last meeting, but I didn't have the statistics in yet. So we got some of that in. We were able to collect 34 tons of garbage, 160 yards of yard debris, which comes up to about 4 to 5 tons of weight per yard, 40 yards of recyclables, 75 yards of scrap metal, 400 gallons of paint, 10,000 plus pounds of electronic waste, 5,000 pounds of building material. There were 401 vehicles served and 23 home pickups. 140 volunteers provided 665 hours. So big operation. Every year it gets bigger and bigger, so it was another successful year. High Prairie, they actually did a community cleanup this year as well, and that was just this past weekend. And they did 3 roll-off containers full, so pretty successful as well. They also hosted a litter cleanup in May and collected about 700 pounds of litter. So they collected a lot of trash. There were some bigger, bulkier items, railroad ties and tires and tractor tires, so big stuff. Spring litter counts. So Republic Services helped us this year to do the spring litter counts. Last year we did a pilot program with Department of Ecology, and that required us to do a follow-up count this year to see what the unsecured loads were coming through the transfer stations. We went back up. We didn't drop a lot last year, but we did still drop after the campaign. We're back up to about a 76% unsecured load. That includes any partially secured loads. So if somebody attempted, so say they put a bungee cord over the lid of a trash can, but the rest of all their trash is loose, that would be partially secured. It's still going to fly out of the vehicle. So that is still a significant issue. The transfer stations have the option to charge, and they don't. With the amount of litter we have in our county, that's something that really should start getting looked into a little bit more. I know a lot of the loads that are driven around here, it's not just about it being some trash in the back. Like there are literally times I'm backing off, and I know other people are backing off because you can see what's in the load is very unsafe. So I think that's something that really should get pushed a little harder with Republic Services. They do pay for some of the fees for litter, so all of the litter disposal is waived, and that is a very big benefit. I mean, they could be charging us. So, I mean, in that aspect, they do their part to help with the litter in our county. But I think if we could stop it at the source, it would at least reduce by quite a bit. Goldendale, we did a litter cleanup this last weekend as well, June 4th, and we collected about 200 pounds of litter. We only had about 10 residents show up. Thank you. Commissioner Christopher was also there as well. And even with 10 people, I mean, you can still collect a lot of trash. So even on a road that doesn't look like it has that much trash, once you get down there and you start looking, it's all hidden in the grass. So thank you for all of the residents that showed up to that. Friday, I attended the Agricultural Day at the Goldendale High School. It was for the local elementary schools. So we had Centerville, Goldendale, Roosevelt. Who else do we have? Wishram was there, and then I saw some homeschool groups as well. So there was a huge turnout. They were expecting about 700 kids. So I did a worm composting and a little sort game, but there was a great turnout of a lot of different organizations there. So that was a fun event to go to. Upcoming programs, I'm working with the Goldendale Library to do a recycled art sculpture contest. They're working with NASA this year and kind of expanding on the whole NASA and what you could find out in space. So the art program is for what do you think you would find out there, whether it be planets or creatures or Kraken, which I didn't know was a thing. Apparently it's a thing. So we're asking kids to participate and make something out of reuse or recycled material. And then we're going to put that on display at the booth. So if we do the community, Goldendale Communities Days, we'll have it at that booth, and then we'll have it at the fair as well. Goldendale cleanup, we're working towards a cleanup date of July 23rd. And the Kiwanis Club will be the organization that we work with. They're a nonprofit. And we're working right now to try to figure out the materials that we're going to collect. Most likely we'll do shred, paint, yard debris, and then special recycling such as e-waste, batteries, styrofoam, plastic film. The ultimate goal would be to do it as a community cleanup where get the community to clean up. We can go along and pick up trash from the curbside. That takes a lot of volunteers, and I just don't know that we have that volunteer availability yet. So we're going to start out a little smaller this year, and hopefully we can start developing those relationships and get people out there and willing to help us go around and pick up the trash. Paint Care. So I worked with Paint Care and Republic Services to get the site out at the Roosevelt landfill established. So they're working on contracts now, but it sounds like that will be good to go. So, because they're collecting paint right now and they're not in Paint Care, which means we get charged for the paint disposal. So they are working on it. I think that's it.
Questions?
No, good. I think we both have bigger hopes for the Goldendale cleanup, but 1 year at a time, and
Yep.
hopefully by next year we get a lot of local groups willing to all come together, including things like the posse.
White salmon didn't start out at the.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It
monster
started
is.
small and then they, it's just every year it builds. It just becomes kind of a cultural, it's like just the habit of it.
It's the spring cleaning.
The spring cleanup.
Yeah, and that's the hopes. If we do it every year, people will start to say, okay, I know in July, so then they'll start to collect stuff. So even collecting like styrofoam, I don't expect that to be a big thing here because people aren't expecting it. White salmon, on the other hand, they expect it every year. So these people literally store so much styrofoam I don't know where they store it, in their garage, basement, not sure. But they go with the trucks full of styrofoam. So I think if they know that it's coming, they'll start collecting those items each year.
Here, I think it's gonna be a lot of what Sharon with Senior Services is saying. Elderly yard debris piles that never get taken in and just accumulates into nothing but clutter. So,
Yeah, and I am working with them on their program that they're doing, so hopefully they'll be able to get out to the community and service the senior population as far as the cleanups go. Okay? Anything else for me?
Anything else?
Nope.
No?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Keep up the
Yep.
good work. Thank you.
thank you, ma'am.
Well, we have about a half an hour before the judge is free. Prosecutor Cannell, would you like to go a little early since we have a half an hour?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Anything else you guys have on board pending?
No, nothing exciting, so.
Okay,
Do you want to just recess? for
please,
half-
yeah, we
Mr.
might as
Chairman,
well.
I would make a motion to recess the meeting until 2:30, when we'll come back.
I would second.
we are going to call this meeting back to order, and our next order of business is Superior Court Judge Randy Krogh and the Court Administrator Mary Johansson. How is everyone doing today?
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Great. Did you kick everyone out of the room to get over here?
We did, just in time. I'd like to have done a little bit earlier. Should have had the meeting earlier. I would have liked to got out of a few things, but
You didn't just leave and say, oh, you guys will be.
yeah,
fine. I'll be back."
you'll figure it out. Let me know what you do when I get back. Sometimes it might work out better.
Who's ever alive? You won.
Like the old medieval days,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So.
Who wants to start this one? Yes,
yeah,
you may.
I think-
My schedule that's on your agenda is most, it was the information that Judge Krog had sent over. And it's just kind of alarming where we do not have enough indigent public defense attorneys. And some of the requirements have changed. And so I thought it'd be nice if he could share his perspective again with you. And maybe there can be, this might not be the first or last meeting, but to get things started, because there's gotta be a way to fix this, to have enough public defenders, because the county it does have some liability if we're being sued for not having these public defenders. And there again, I know that Mary Jo works very hard to find enough attorneys to take care of the needs of the Superior Court. I'm not sure how the district courts are handling it, but I think they also do a lot of tap dancing as well. And we've got to do something to change this process.
Yeah, bring in new attorneys. I don't know how to do it. Just to kind of echo a little bit about that, I know it was a number of years ago, a number of your predecessors, I know Jim Sizemore particularly, we had some meetings and discussions about it because it's been a problem since I was practicing law and since till I've been on the bench, finding enough attorneys to go ahead and handle and fill cover all the things that we need. And most specifically, we've been dealing with just the criminal cases and the stuff that's on our contract. But unfortunately, seems like every time we blink, the state adds more and more requirements or more and more obligations to provide legal counsel in different arenas, but don't give you one. Sometimes they give you some money to deal with it, but that only does us so good if we have attorneys to go ahead and apply that to. And some of those instances are such as Blake cases, which is a major change in the law regarding drug cases. And I think Mr. Cadell will probably talk about how much work their office has had to put in dealing with that. And we're very thankful because he's taken a lot off the plate of having to have defense attorneys do that, which we just don't have to do. And they provide funding for that, but one is finding attorneys to even use that funding. We've also got funding, another area that they've ordered recently to have attorneys be provided in the state of Washington is for unlawful detainers or eviction type cases. There's a requirement now to provide attorneys in all of those cases, and so they've ordered the OCLA to go ahead and essentially run that, but there's a caveat in there. If they don't have the attorneys or they don't have the funds to do it, it boomerangs back down onto the county to be responsible for that. We haven't had that issue. We haven't had a lot of unlawful detainers or evictions that have been filed, like I think they perceived was going to happen after the moratorium ended. So that's been helpful, but it's just another example of another requirement where they've added on the requirement to have attorneys. They made major changes to the guardianship laws involving minor guardianships and adult guardianships, and essentially has said anybody that's indigent in some of those proceedings are entitled to attorneys. And that's been probably the biggest area that we've had difficulty finding attorneys because there's just nobody out there that's willing to come and do it. And going back to how when I talked to the board before about it, I think there was ads put in multiple papers throughout kind of the gorge area up to Yakima down into the Hood River, Dalles, Wasco County. We reached out to the bar associations for all of those and just essentially put a reader out there. Anybody interested in, doing any kind of work, and you can't find it. I know Mr. Cannell has been talked to a number of times. I know he has the same issue just finding attorneys right now. It's difficult, and so it's just kind of an oversight of what we're kind of looking at. So the problems that we've had having covered attorneys beforehand has gotten more exacerbated because of these other requirements and other times that they're requiring us to have attorneys appointed. Another example is any dependency, anytime a child's parents of a child's rights have been terminated within 6 months, we're required to appoint them an attorney. OCLA is supposed to take that on, and there was some indication they thought they were going to pay for the attorneys and get the attorneys. Now they're essentially, I think it's more of they're going to just monitor the system that's used to go ahead and provide, see that there's attorneys appointed to all these cases. So just another example of requirements for essentially unfunded mandates, requirements to have attorneys without one, either providing us money or providing us a pool of attorneys to use to do that. And I know when I've been to the board before talking about the contract for the public defenders, I indicated earlier, a third person would have been obviously very helpful because more people we have, when we have a conflict, it's one more person we can go to, and it doesn't require the court administrator to spend endless hours begging, borrowing, fighting, stealing, whatever it is to try to get attorneys to come up. And I know that pool's even getting slimmer. I know talking with the Skamania County prosecutor, one of them that we've been able to use a little bit of, Mr. Collins, who's a new attorney, got sworn in here by me about a year ago or so, had taken a guardianship case, and now I've heard he might potentially be going into the prosecutor's office down there. The only other one young attorney I swore in down there not long ago, he's doing public record stuff down there, so he's not available to us. So all in all, it's a bear pool out there to get people to do, and it's a big burden trying to find attorneys for one thing. Another kind of just aside to that is these guardianship law that they changed. Minor guardianships went into effect last year, adult guardianships went into effect this year and the changes in what we have to do and the requirements of county council. They're also now requiring essentially appoint what are called court visitors or guardian ad litems. And finding the pool of that is next to impossible as well. So like I said, I would probably believe, I don't know, Ms. Hanson could probably tell you what percentage of her time is spent just trying to find people to cover these responsibilities. So it doesn't have any answers, just kind of hopefully get a little bit of an overview of it, kind of the depth of the problem.
Commissioner
Is
Crisper.
is this an issue with there's less attorneys than there was 5 years ago? Or is this an issue of, no, it's probably the same amount of attorneys, they just really don't want to do indigent defense work? So they're doing probate and other things that are more lucrative.
You know, some of the number, I mean, I haven't looked at it real closely lately about what the numbers of attorneys are that are coming out of law school. But it probably is a little bit less than were coming out back when it kind of got started and people were willing to do these types of things to kind of just, one, get your feet wet and get underneath you. But just anecdotally, I don't see the attorneys in the area like I did when I was first starting there. I mean, back when I first started, we had Rick was practicing attorney up here. Mr. Cannell was practicing attorney for a while. We had Gene Hansen was a practicing attorney up here. Gwendolyn was a private attorney up here. Ross Rako was a private attorney up here. Ms. Vance was a private attorney up here. Skamania County, we had, you know, 3 or 4 attorneys that were in Stevenson. There is nobody that has a office in Stevenson right now that's a practicing attorney. We've lost Woodrich and Archer were down there. No longer down there. Mr. Anderson had a firm down there for a while. He's not in there anymore. We got Mr. Lands over in Bingen is kind of the only one that I see regularly around here. I know there are a number of other attorneys there that do kind of specialized stuff, but so whether or not the numbers are down, I don't see the numbers. I mean, that we did before. I mean, that's just more anecdotally versus having looked up what numbers are coming out of law school and plopping in here into Klickitat and Skamania County. But also, I think just finding attorneys that are willing to do it is even more difficult than it was in the past. I think we used to go down to Judge Weisfeld's courtroom and there was probably 7, 8 attorneys that would usually be in that back room beforehand, you know, in the little gathering and that were practicing down there. And I don't know if any of the district courts right now have even close to that number of attorneys that are willing to practice and do indigent defense. So.
We did, and I don't know, I'm assuming you provided the information that we got. Thank you, that was good. I think it's since the last time we did the contract 3 years ago, was the first time I really looked at the numbers. It was a little, and maybe it's normal as far as, I don't think I realized the workload requirements were not what I expected to see. I'm going to be really honest as far as like the billable hours that are being billed against these are the public defenders, and I recognize and I really appreciated that you have nothing to do. You know, we manage that contract, so maybe I'm having this discussion with a larger group, and I'm wondering if maybe part of our inability to get folks to compete for that contract is I think there may be a misunderstanding as to the amount of hours that goes into that. Because frankly, it was rather shocking as far as what we're paying compared to, and I know those are the accurate numbers. They have to. That's what gets turned into the courts, because I'm assuming they have to be able to, you know, because of the caseloads and what they have to do, they have to provide those reports so that they're not overloaded. And it was really surprising as far as I'm surprised and I'm wondering if there were other even attorneys from outside the area that if they knew, I mean, you know, and granted the last year, you know, with COVID and everything, but even going back into 2018, 2019, where it was business. If these numbers are accurate, which I have every reason to believe they are, You know, that's not that many hours for the level of compensation. So, and again, this is just more of a comment because it's, again, you don't have anything to say about that. But I'm wondering if that's when we're out advertising, people, because my impression of public defenders, you know, what we see in the news are these overworked, barely paid, struggling, you know, it's just awful. They're juggling all this caseloads and all this work. And that's why we have to have the limits on the numbers so that they can do an adequate job. That's not what this looks like to me. And so
And I'm trying to think in the times that were reached out before, and I don't remember the advertisement that went in, if it was put in there, you know, what the expectation is or the number of days. I know a lot of times I think it gets put in there, you know, we have X amount of docket day, you know, you have to be responsible for one docket day, criminal docket day a month, and then trials are twice a month and generally 2 days at those. And there's a, you know, like a Friday if there are some appointments for some of the contempt or the LFO issues that they get put on. I don't know if that's gone in there in the recent past about the number of hours or what the expectation of it is. I know when people ask, we kind of outline them. The calendar is an easy way for them to look at to see what days they may be potentially responsible for being in court. But these are obviously other hours that they're dealing with outside of court. So I wouldn't have a real good understanding of what time they're spending outside of court other than those court hours that they have. But if those are probably things that might be seen as an enticement to help maybe find attorneys, if they're out there available. I am shocked that we can't get attorneys from Yakima. And I don't know what their pool has been like. We haven't had a judges association in person for 2 years now. So can't even remember the last time I've talked to any of the judges up there to get any kind of sense if they are kind of feeling the same kind of, you know, issues with regards to finding attorneys. I know it is kind of statewide and, well, Oregon-wise as well, having issues finding attorneys. I know anecdotally just from talking to just some of the different prosecutors, Mr. Cannell, Mr. Kick, the difficulty they're having in finding attorneys to come in. So I don't know if that's obviously some way to help facilitate that and whatever we can do to bring in attorneys. We did reach out, and there was one that was looking a few years ago, Mr. Robinson, I think, who came up and met the board 2 years ago. This COVID's really, COVID has just messed up my ability to recall time on stuff. But then he went to it probably has, because he went to the prosecutor's office at Skamania for a while. But that's the last one I've kind of seen that's kind of reached out or looked into it. I think going back to it, I think Mr. McCannell and I put in a bid, how much, about 10, 15 years ago, probably.
So I guess from knowing that we're going to be going into these contract negotiations and, you know, we're not in your realm, I'm just looking at the numbers here and, you know, from 2018 to 2021, and I'm just looking at Mr. Lands, he's 35% of the amount of hours spent on, you know, indigent defense. And that's, I mean, same pay pretty much, but when you look at that percentage of time that's being spent, you're making the same amount of money. And then we're getting all these new things thrown onto it that you're talking about. Are these indigent defense subcontractors, are they eligible to work on those other projects for hours? Can they do that? Can we include that in their next contract? Because I'm just looking at this and.
Well, I think it's something they can do. There's nothing, I mean, there's no specialized license or skill that they need to do some of the, such as the guardianship. I mean, that's the big one. We're getting money for the Blake stuff, and I really haven't seen that be an issue or a problem out there. The unlawful detainers, Northwest Justice, or was it Yakima here? Northwest Justice is OCLA is contracted with them to do that. And so far, we've had attorneys that have filled in, and every time we've needed to appoint one, they've been here. So that hasn't been a big one. It's the guardianship work. That's the big one where we're finding more and more of those filed, and they can do that. There's nothing that would preclude them from doing it legally that I can see.
Okay.
It's just maybe whether or not they want to. And I think it's one of the reasons why we wanted to send some of these other things over to the board to potentially be included within that contract. So one, Ms. Hanson doesn't have to go begging, borrowing, pleading and stealing to see if people could do it. If it's part of that contract, then it's something like, okay, this is part of your responsibilities. We can appoint you there to do that. But I think the guardianship is the big one where we struggle. And I don't know if many of them do that. Sometimes it's problematic because they've got a contract with OPD to do parents representation for dependency cases. And sometimes these are, exactly, the dependency cases, they turn into, well, let's just do a minor guardianship in it. And so they may have potential conflicts. I know Mr. Hanson's got part of that contract. I think Lori, is that the other one? Yeah. Okay, are the two that have that. So with regards to at least Lori regarding that, but it's one I haven't seen them do a lot of work on, but long answer short, short answer long answer short. There's nothing that would preclude adding additional responsibilities, and I would take that off Ms. Hanson's kind of need to try to find attorneys. It's tough. Mr. Banks has agreed to do a little bit, but he's kind of near retirement. So he kind of comes and goes, a few months here, a few months gone. We've had some others that are been difficult to work with and costly to work with. And so we just, Mr. Collins, I don't know if we reached back out to Ms. Googe are about the only ones that kind of outside of our attorneys that we have.
Commissioner Christopher.
Question because I don't know the answer. We write these contracts as essentially a yearly salary, and then whatever hours they work or whatever hours they work. Is that common, regular way of doing business, or is there another option that you can write the comment or contract as far as here's the hourly rate? You get paid by the hour on how many hours you produce in a year.
Absolutely. I think Clark County, I'm not sure what their system is now, but there are others that do it essentially just on an hourly basis. There's just a pool. And then you pay them hourly as to what they work. There are some that have it on a per case basis. They get a X amount per case, and if it goes to trial, it's a X amount of additional funds that they get on top of that. So I don't think there's anything out there with regards to how other jurisdictions have crafted or formed the contract, with just different, hey, I remember back when I first got started, I did engine defense down in Clark County, and the contract that we had there, essentially, they paid them $50 or whatever for every case that we had, and if the case went to trial, there was additional X amount of money, or if it went more than so long, 50% of the case, you got a little bit additional funds they paid to the firm that I was working for down there. Was a different way of dealing with it. Some do it just on a pure hourly basis, but.
Well, I'm just trying to, I guess, elaborate off of what Commissioner Sauter was doing. If you could post the ad that here's the hourly rate, that might be a little more, oh, that's interesting, if they actually knew.
That maybe, depending upon what that hourly rate is that you use, I think we're getting a lot of pushback on the $75 that we've used for quite some time. Rick, do you still do 75?
Yeah, we're still at
75. I know Judge Rainier down in Skamania County went to the board and indicated that he was upping his, I think, to $100 an hour, just based upon some of the pushback he's had down there. So,
Great.
Compared to this, it looks like a great number.
Right, with regards to that. And then there's the ability to monitor that, though. I mean, maybe additional issue of
A whole bunch of billable hours on every single case?
yeah. I remember when I first started, we used to, that was my own fault. I'd go to Judge Reynolds and it was like, I did 2 hours on this case. And so when I went to the first time negotiate, it was like, I got to do based upon what the billable hours you give me. And, we were doing such a nice thing by giving a break to our clients, because back then they used to require the clients to reimburse for all the attorney hours fees you had. And so you may see a little bit difference as to what is.
Right. And that's my worry going that direction, so.
Well, so that would be my question. Since 2018, we're down 50% or to 35%, total of hours worked. From your perspective, is this where you see it going with the changes in the laws? Do you think we're going to be down at these numbers for a while? Do you expect it to bounce back up? Where do we see that being?
I expected probably to start seeing it, going back up from the criminal's perspective by now if it was going to, but there's been such a substantial change in the law. And I think Mr. Cannell could probably talk to it better about what is, the change with regards to getting rid of the drug possession cases. I mean, I just maybe pulling on now, I would say that was at least a third, it seemed like, if not more, were just drug possession cases. And then they decided to change the law and essentially make them misdemeanors, and after 2 attempts at rehab. And that law is going to essentially sunset here, I think, in 2023. Are they going to get rid of drug possession cases altogether? Are they going to make it a felony again? And then will we see a significant increase in the number of cases there? I'm not really sure. The change in the law with regards to, officers' abilities to go ahead and pursue individuals in the attempt to elude cases that have gone way down now. We're not seeing some of those which were kind of the bulwark of all the cases that we had before. So I realistically don't know if I anticipate to see a whole big increase in the number of criminal filings that there are out there. We are seeing, because of the guardianships and the civil stuff and the requirements that the state is putting in to require attorneys in all these other areas, that may be kind of, if the attorneys were required to do that, that might be an increase in the amount of work and time. But I don't know. I'm just going anecdotally, kind of assessment of what I've seen in court. It seems to have been pretty steady. I don't feel like there's been a whole lot of increase in the number of trials and stuff we've done, or the number of filings. It seems to be pretty consistent, at least the last number of months, in the number of cases I seem to handle on a typical Monday criminal motion docket out there.
So is there rules for how many hours or how many cases each one of these can have, each one of these attorneys can manage at the same time? Because I just see the stuff from Portland saying, they've got 90 clients running at one time, and we've got to limit this because we can't provide anything.
There's Grant County got in trouble years ago for essentially, as you talked about, the public defenders that were running ragged, had 300 cases and weren't able to do anything, spend an hour on a serious, rape or murder case and, plea them out. And there was a lawsuit back then, and essentially the ACLU came in and essentially monitored them, and I think they potentially still are monitoring them in how they handle and manage those cases. But kind of the fallout from that, they did set standards for caseload limits, and it's something I haven't looked at it for a long time because I haven't had to file the declaration saying essentially I'm under those limits, which is what they have to require. But essentially, it talks about 150 felonies per attorney per year, 300 misdemeanor cases, 250 juvenile offender, 80 open juvenile dependencies, or 250 civil commitment cases. So, and then depending upon how many have, a combination of those. And then there's ways to weight different cases for purposes of whether or not you're exceeding those limits. But there are caseload out there, or caseload requirements out there that the attorneys have to essentially satisfy. And I think part of the contract even says that they have to indicate that they're going to be in compliance with those standards or limits.
I do want to add, though, that Klickitat County has not adopted a case weighting system. So we do not have anything in place that tells us that each attorney has to do a certain percentage, or each case counts as 1 or a 0.1. So we have never done that. And the reason we've never done it is because we don't have enough attorneys. If we go over, then we're over and we're in violation of our own edict, kind of. So we've never adopted that formally.
But we're nowhere near it though, are we? I mean, so per
Not
attorney.
based on the number of hours.
But this is, your hours are just the case hours that they're working.
They also have private businesses that they also practice, so it's a total of everything. It's not just county work.
Like for Mr. Lamb's, just example, he's the prosecutor for Bingen, so does the prosecution down there. He's a city attorney for Bingen down there. He does, I know he's in, I think Judge Hanson's courtroom for some cases, civil cases up here as well. So it's a compilation of all the different work that they do, and then the private work that they do as well. So that's why it's hard for us to kind of get a good idea of how close they're coming.
So that's why
some of
you
that.
ask for their, like, when we're looking at it, it's their entire caseload over everything they do, so you can see that, right?
Yeah, yes, it says every 3 months they have to do a certification that they're in compliance.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what they're doing.
So like, if they were working for us though, full-time, there would be 150 felony cases. And is that 150 felony cases, 250 juveniles together, or is that just straight 150 if you only did a?
Yeah, or it's, either
Or-
either
Either or,
combination,
not.
right. Or 100 juvenile, or 100 juvenile, 100, adult, yeah.
He was talking about the weighted, so, felony is 4 misdemeanors.
Right.
Vice versa.
But I mean, that's, when I just look at it and I break it down by the hours, they're working 6 hours a week over the past 3 years on average. And it makes me think there's no way we could be getting close to fulfilling those requirements. I mean, and if they are, and it's through all their other stuff, well, that's on them, that's not on us, because we're not paying for all that other stuff. And you just sit here and you're looking at these numbers and it's like, wow. And it's going down over time, 50% decrease in the amount of hours worked. And we have to figure this out when we go through it, but it's always nice to have your input and help when we're thinking about this of, what's the best way to approach this, being fiscally prudent managers of the county budget that affects all of our budgets.
Yeah, and all we'd ask is if the more things you can put on that contract,
The better.
Yeah, Ms. Hanson doesn't have to find attorneys, that'll help us.
But if you have to find attorneys, that money's gonna come out of, a different bucket that we have to come up with hourly, that's still our money.
Yep.
Correct.
Right. Well, I think we have our work cut out for us to devise a better way of marketing the contracts when it comes due, because I just cannot imagine that we can't entice somebody with, if they really understood.
You show some probate lawyer that price per hour, and you might entice them.
One thing I do want to add, because I want to make sure that everybody understands that the 2 contract attorneys that we have also provide services for both district courts. And they do cover a majority of their cases. So that's a really important thing that, you want to make sure that is thought about anyway. Because if we take them away from them to be 100% Superior Court, then we've shot them and it doesn't work.
Well, the Superior Court doesn't have that much need, correct? I mean, are these people pushing their dates out and everything in trials because they're so busy doing other things? Or are they putting, our contract, that's a flat fee contract first, and they're doing our stuff, and then once they're done with ours, then they can go work district?
I'm not finding that there's conflicts with district court that they ever come in and say that's the reason that they're asking for continuances on. That it's because of their work in district court. I don't think I've ever heard them say that that's a basis for why they've continued a case.
Judge?
Yeah, if I could just interject, we do have 2 of the attorneys. Court-appointed cases in my court on an hourly basis. We adjust our schedules so it doesn't conflict with their Superior Court days. We've had to readjust our schedules so I wouldn't lose them as attorneys.
So you're doing the adjustment rather than Superior Court doing the adjustment?
Well, I've always told Superior Court's superior for a reason.
It's on the record right
Yeah,
now.
I would sure hope so, since we're the flat rate,
Yeah.
So, but when they're working for you, they're working for 75 an hour. And when they're working for us, it could be, anywhere from 215 to 466 an hour. When you average everything out. And
Is there a way to get the numbers on how much they're working for him, even though it
it's
doesn't
in there.
necessarily pertain to our contract?
It's in there.
It's in this?
No, it's in what our packet, because we couldn't include that, but they have to, and
They have
what
to
they show to
document it
these
so that they're
guys.
within their
Yeah.
For the
caseload.
grant funding and stuff, a lot of that is required for when Ms. Hanson does the grant funding at the end of the year for OPD. It has to include their work both in Superior Court and other work that they do.
What, if I may, I'm just curious because I was reading in some of the stuff you sent over. So who determines who's indigent and who's not?
Court.
And then I'm assuming there's a standard or something because it appeared, and I don't know, in some of the literature that you sent over, it was taught they were national statistics, but they were, it was in the mid-90s of all are indigent. So basically, everybody is an indigent, and is that a function of people that are in trouble criminally are indigent, or I'm in trouble criminally, now I'm indigent? So that
They all got jobs when they want to get out of jail
Yeah.
starting tomorrow, so.
Okay.
But it is, there's a standard, it's essentially 125% of the federal poverty level.
Okay. Yeah, so there is a set number.
Yeah,
kind of thing. Okay.
others, right, and there's an indigency screening form that they send down there, and essentially if you're receiving any kind of means or needs-based assistance, no matter what you're in, essentially you click the box, you're indigent, 125% of the federal poverty level you are, or if even over that 125%, if you're unable to essentially meet the basic necessities of life, so such as your rent, your phone, your electricity, all those other expenses would reduce you down, so you'd be unable to pay for those, plus pay for an attorney, you can be found indigent. In a nutshell, is determining that. So I do that for the criminal defense stuff. OPD essentially in conjunction with me does it for essentially like the dependency attorneys, because they got a parents representation program for dependency cases where they appoint attorneys, like I said, with Mr. Hanson and Ms. Hochter are the attorneys that have contract for that, so.
So,
Good to know if I get in trouble.
Yeah.
well, look at of course, we're indigent.
Really, I think we are, actually.
When we look at the recommendations from the state that it be an attorney, it can't be you managing it because that would be a clear conflict, but who's going to manage these attorneys? And it says in there, what was forwarded, that it should be an attorney that's not associated with, the court system. We don't have enough attorneys to have anybody working. I mean, you can ask for whatever, but we're not required to do that, correct? And we couldn't find an attorney. We can't find any attorneys anyways.
Yeah, I'd hate you to steal the attorney to do that when we
Right.
can use them for, other stuff. I think it's everybody's dream that eventually the state would essentially set up a system where they essentially administered and ran it. A lot of different counties, the bigger counties, obviously, they create their own indigency defense, essentially agency to do that. Clark County has it, so somebody runs and manages that, I think Pierce County recently did that. My hope was always that maybe that's, Yakima would do that and, drag us in, and they would be kind of a regional one,
Right.
even if that would do that. But I don't think there's been any big push with the state lately to do that, either statewide or regional wide, to set up these agencies to do that, to provide attorneys. It may keep coming. I saw somebody in Oregon county got sued here recently for not adequately providing counsel down there. I can't remember the county name though. It's been one of those days, but yeah, so.
But at least when we're looking at these numbers, we know we're not anywhere near that the adequacy level when there's a lot of hours in a week you could be working, and this is your caseload.
Beforehand, I hadn't even thought about it until I see the numbers as to what they're putting in. I know when I see them in court, they're in court. I don't know what they're doing outside of court. So, and I hadn't looked at the numbers I'd even provided to Ms. Hanson for quite some time. I've tried to keep as far away from that as possible, so.
We understand it's not your job, it's ours, and we do a lot of different things too, and until we see the numbers and somebody runs the numbers, we don't know it. Okay, any other questions?
No, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And the information is really.
Yeah.
Thank you for the educational.
I mean, the first one was pretty scary when I was reading it. It's like, please hire another attorney to manage 2 attorneys.
Yeah, those dreams, you know. We have a wish list of dreams that are out there. Well, you know, we can always dream. Awesome. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Judge Hanson, too.
Yeah. And as well as Judge Baker, thank you for logging on. If you have anything to add, Judge Baker?
No, I don't. Just have to unmute myself. No, I have nothing to add.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Judge Baker.
Yep.
Would you be able to provide us with, the, ideas you have for adding to our contract?
Me? Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if you were pointing at Judge Hanson or not. Yeah, we, yeah, I know.
Throwing it out there.
If there's more than that we had thought of.
Oh, okay.
And before it's finished, definitely the prosecutor will review it as well. And you folks.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you,
There's
guys.
something else I stumble across. It always seems like every time I turn around, there's a new place. They say.
Well,
yeah,
if we can put it in this flat rate contract and that we can see is going, less services, more cost, and rather than you having to go pay someone else for what could be being done, I mean, that's a no-brainer.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Board pending. Next up, we have prosecuting attorney David Cannell. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
He's wearing black. Do we need to stand?
Oh. Not yet, not yet. I will make a pitch that the judges have not. I think I would urge the county to reexamine the $75 flat fee for the appointment in the district court. I think, raising that to 100 is long overdue, in my mind anyways, and might make it more attractive for retaining some counsel that would come in and maybe get interested in the county and possibly relocate or invest in the community in a more substantial way. I mean, anything could help, and especially the disparity, Mr. Anderson, thanks for providing those numbers, the disparity between, the 400, which is a big city corporate firm rate that our public defenders are getting at Superior Court versus the 75 in district court is quite shocking. I mean, keep in mind, district court that's all the low level. I won't quite say trivial, but getting into the lower consequence crimes and so forth. That generally are a little simple, straightforward. So I would strongly urge the board to consider doing that sua sponte, even without the request to adjust that, but defer to the board on that.
Sorry, clarification, that $75 is something this board sets, not the judge himself sets?
I think it go either way. I think if there was a widespread belief they could just do it, they probably would have already, but or include it in the budget. But I think that if you guys gave the green light, there would certainly be any hesitation would be withdrawn. I can't imagine that they would have any issues with that whatsoever.
Yes.
When I spoke with Jane, who's the district administrator, she would like to see it at 150. She said, then I don't think I'd have any problem attracting attorneys. And in the past, I believe the judges have come forward when they asked to raise it before, but it's up to you to actually raise it.
To appropriate their budget.
Right.
I think technically they probably could designate any number they wanted, but it would have to be covered under their budget.
So theoretically, we could look at their budget, look at their public defense, and if we were gonna change it, whatever, 50%, we could figure the math right there.
Yeah, in consultation with the judges, obviously you should seek their input as to
Right.
any numbers and everything.
Just to
Give us an idea. It's been 75 for a while. It was 65 for a very long time. It was 75. That is not good. I don't believe that's competitive.
Judge Baker, I see you there with your hand raised.
Yeah, I would just say that our perspective is that we're looking at limited funding on a lot of different issues. And so this has been something Judge Hanson and I have been talking about, but we have not come to you because we know it has to come out of your pockets to do this. We're also looking at our district court probation issues and all these other issues. We wanted to make sure that we had our priorities straight, and that's our priority right now. But I agree with 100% with Mr. Cannell. We have, when I started this job was the last time we raised it. So that was 8 years ago, we went to $75 an hour. And I think that's substantially less than the rate that these lawyers are able to get for the work they do otherwise. I think that also creates a pinch for us to get public defenders, is because they're taking a substantial cut in pay to show up in my courtroom to do work, then they could be making, twice that if they're doing some other case somewhere else. So I would
Or
encourage.
5 times that if they're working in Superior.
Yeah,
Judge
well,
Baker, how many public defense attorneys do you have down there?
right now I have 4 lawyers who are willing to do this work in our court. And that's down a bit. I have the benefit down here that I have a couple lawyers who come over from Hood River who do the work, which is what I did for 20 years when my office was in Hood River, and I would drive from my home in Trout Lake and stop in court here and do cases. Part of the thing that's funny is we're sitting here talking about this, we're talking about the lack of lawyers, and I look at it and Judge Hanson left the practice, became a judge. Randy Krogh left the practice, became a judge. I left the practice, became a judge, and David Cannell left the practice and became the prosecutor. That was probably 50% of the defense lawyers in the community 8 years ago.
We've actually identified what the real problem is.
It might be.
Hey, $460
It's
an
the
hour, I'll go
voters. The
back.
voters are the ones that caused the problem.
Yeah, that's right. It's the voters' fault.
The voters that caused the problem.
Yeah.
But we haven't. I think the point is we've not replaced these lawyers who've done other things, and then the lawyers who quit, they didn't get replaced either. There's a real lack of attorneys in the gorge doing this work, and hopefully the $100 would be an incentive. I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Judge.
You bet.
Okay.
I think for the most part, I'm the last young attorney that showed up and stuck around. Except for Rebecca in my office, she's younger and stuck around. But that's almost going on 20 years now. We haven't had people show up and stick around.
Well, if we pay them what they're worth, hopefully that changes. That's the hope.
Again, $460 an hour. That's.
I don't think he was referring to
I don't.
Yeah.
Public defense contract.
I'll do it.
I don't think they're aware of this.
I get.
think you'd have more applications.
No, you can't pull your name once you've already signed up to run.
You get like 7 days or something.
Well, I could resign. Never mind. But I get $80 an hour. So if that's any comparison, with benefits and everything, averages out about $100 an hour, 105. So. Yeah, and then my deputies are considerably less. The deputies are extremely thankful for signing off today on the consent agenda. I just want to express my appreciation, and hopefully that makes a difference on our recruiting issues, as I've bellied about before, has been a substantial issue. I'm just hoping to, by the end of the summer, at least get one additional person on staff to alleviate some of the caseloads. It's a little bit more manageable right now. The caseload numbers are down. I do anticipate, Chair, as I expressed to you earlier today, probably 10-20% increase in the next year or two, but absent any substantial revisions in some of the controlled substance statutes, I don't think absent a doubling in population, for example, we're just not going to see those kind of numbers that we saw from up until the 2018-19 timeframe, culminating in the end of 2019, 2020, and the pandemic struck. Everything came to a standstill for a while. I mean, most people were at their home for months on end. There wasn't a lot of crime reported. And then the Blake decision that threw out, depending on the year, between 30 and 40% of the caseload right then and there. That we were one of the last few counties in Washington that did prosecute possession charges as felonies. And so that was substantial reduction. And then the increasing limitations placed on the investigative ability of law enforcement has affected the ability to put together chargeable cases, because the standard for arrest is probable cause. That's not the standard for charging. The standard under the RCW for charging someone with a crime is that the prosecutor makes a determination that's highly likely to obtain a conviction before a fact finder, whether judge or jury. That's far above a probable cause. Probable cause is good enough not to lose your house if you arrest someone. It's good enough to not get successfully sued if you do charge someone. That's it. That's nowhere near enough to actually file charges and before the prosecution, because that takes evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a far cry from, there's a large gap between the two. And so.
So what percentage that get forwarded, actually, you decide to go prosecution-wise on that? I mean, with that gap, probable cause, arrest, and then making that jump, what's the percentage?
It's hard to rely on individual factors that play. The quality of the investigation can depend on the officer referring, sometimes the agency, the different credibility issues that might be inherent in witnesses. A lot of folks don't commit crimes in front of credible witnesses, so corroboration can be a particular issue. It's a good question. I don't have an answer. I suspect right now we probably return about 40% of the referrals that we receive, which is still, I think in many, especially larger jurisdictions, is far higher. But we take on cases they don't in other places. That if we make a determination we have sufficient proof, that's always the determination, the first and foremost. Do we have sufficient admissible proof to prove the case? This is not patting yourself on the back for an arrest or a charge or trying or prosecuting or convicting anyone via press release. This is admissible corroborative evidence that can be used by a fact finder to make determination of guilt. It is a very high standard. It's getting much more difficult and higher as the years. Most jurors, there's usually at least a couple of members of the jurors that just don't want to convict. They just don't want to tell someone they did something wrong. They don't want to feel responsible for them being punished and having adverse consequences in their life. So often the evidence simply has to be overwhelming. That's the increasing over the years. They used to kind of call it the seesaw effect 15, 20 years ago with these television shows that people have this really ridiculous notions of the ability to get fingerprints and DNA evidence and so forth. That's still to this day largely fiction. But that's not the expectations that lay people bring in who consist of the jury pool. These are not criminal justice professionals. They're not scientists. They're not familiar with what the law is. It's usually a lot of ideas of what the law should be, but they're directed to apply the law. So there has been I think an uptick in some of the filings in the last 6 months and adjudications. In the last month or two, we've had a lot of successful conclusions of cases. We had 2 individuals that were caught down in Dallasport that both had protection orders against. One of them, the female, ended up biting an officer. So we adjudicated on that, violating a protection order, an assault 3rd degree against the officer. Obtained a sentence from the judge of 33 months in prison for her, and then 12 months and a day for him. He didn't bite the officer. And so, that's one thing that we've always held a firm line on. Assault 3 cases committed against law enforcement, we've never reduced, we never dismiss, absent the judge throwing something out. Those are I think sometimes people, I think in the past, Superior Court Judge Altman specifically stated so before the past board, and I think sometimes it's alluded to some of the issues in recruiting from out of the areas that there's a bit of a reputation for what they deem as being unreasonable. And so, especially the folks in Yakima, they don't understand. We don't charge, 10 counts and try to get a plea to one and a slap on the hand. That's not how we do it here. That's some of the most gratifying intercepted calls I've had from the jail is folks from Yakima that are shocked and dismayed that they're actually going to prison for a substantial number of years for activity that they would have gotten maybe a month or two in jail for in Yakima. And the attorneys, I think, know that they're not going to come down here and negotiate some sweet deal. They're actually going to have to work for it and go to trial. So a lot of them just won't come down because of it. That's fine with me. So we keep plugging ahead on that. One of the other individuals that will no longer be menacing the communities in the gorge and specifically Klickitat County is Arthur Smith. We did obtain convictions on him for 2 counts of burglary in the first degree, several counts of theft of firearm, residential burglary, possession of stolen vehicle, and lawful possession of firearms. For burglaries and thefts committed between March 16th and May 2nd, we obtained convictions and a sentence of 153 months on him. So it would be at least, even with good time with the Berg ones, only 10%, so it'll be at least 12 years that will be free of his drug dealing and thievery from our community. So he has been a suspect and associated with a lot of burglaries, especially in the White Salmon, Appleton, Snowden areas for years. So that's quite happy with that. We did have a trial. Recent trial was the State versus Juan Navarro, jury convicted of unlawful possession of a firearm first degree. Unlike some jurisdictions, we do take the unlawful possessions of firearms very seriously. Theft of firearms very seriously. We routinely use enhancements and aggravators for the use of firearms committed and commission of crime. Mr. Navarro, again, this is a well-known person that travels between the Dalles and Yakima with the criminal history in several of those areas. Shocked and appalled that he was looking at more than 2 or 3 months. Here, we obtained the conviction and trial. On Monday, he was sentenced to 41 months. So we have a few years to think about not wanting to come back to Klickitat County, hopefully. That's the State versus Joey Russell is the individual that was convicted after a jury trial in early May of repeat violation of, actually we've prosecuted him several times for violation of protection order. This one was a assault 4th degree, which we charge as a felony. This is something the legislature amended the statute a couple of years ago. So if you have 2 or more prior domestic violent offenses, we can charge an assault 4, which is generally a gross misdemeanor. This is an assault not amounting to 1st, 2nd, or 3rd degree. So this would be generally something that would be no lasting injury, no permanent disfigurement, no substantial pain, the typical slap across the face. Though this particular incident was more than that, but it was not, did not raise to a felony level assault in itself. But we used that history. We utilized that as soon as the legislature passed it 3 years ago. In fact, at one point, the DOC officer told us they thought we were one of the first counties to obtain a conviction on the felony assault 4. So he was sentenced to 17 months. It's insufficient, but that was the maximum set out by the legislature. Recently, we obtained convictions on State versus Shelley LeGroom, AKA Brock. She was involved as a lookout and accomplice and offense for burglary that occurred in Dallasport against our neighbor. We again obtained convictions of burglary first degree with that firearm enhancement, theft of firearms, theft first degree. She was sentenced to 90 months in prison. With one of the attractive parts for the prosecutors of the firearm enhancements is that there is no good time on that. So 60 months of that sentence is the firearm enhancement, and she doesn't get a single day of good time on that. That she did not have substantial criminal history, but these charges are serious enough to warrant that kind of sentence right off the bat, and was heavily involved in drug trafficking and the cultural milieu of that unfortunately a lot of our community members are sucked into. There are plenty of resources to obtain rehabilitative services and help if you want them. drugs are basically been legalized. There's not much we can do about that. But I will not allow drugs to be used as an excuse to victimize your neighbors and to steal and rob from innocent people. And if we find you, and if we have the sufficient evidence relayed to us and obtained by law enforcement, we will convict you. We will send you away for years. And that's what I've done the last 8 years. Will continue for looks like the next 4. So
A question, if I may. What's the good time, what's the discount that you get for a good time?
So the DLC, I think our local policy is up to 5 days every 30. DLC is much more generous. It depends on the classification of the crime. Most nonviolent Class Cs, they're up to 50% good time. So if it's a 24-month sentence, they'll maybe do 12 months. And part of that 12 months might be transition to alternative housing. And so the more serious the crime, the less good time. So the Class A's and the violent offenses, they usually, which would include that burglary in first degree, they usually fall within a maximum of 10%. Usually you want some ability to have good time as a management tool, but there's not a whole lot of people that get denied their good time, I'll put it that way. But
I was gonna ask, is that, I mean, do most people qualify for good time?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's.
What's the definition of good time?
You're not
Something else while in there?
While in.
generally, you're not committing new crimes, you're not
Is
repeat.
that kind of hard to do in jail?
Well, you can be assaulting.
There's.
Well, okay, that's true.
We had a case 7 years ago. We successfully prosecuted rapes that occurred at the jail. That went to trial. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison for his rape. Shockingly, the jury on that one came back as not guilty on one count, but guilty on the other. So one night they're saying he wasn't raped, but the other night he was. It was sometimes you don't want to think too much about what goes on in that room, but so in any event. I think that was about 7 years ago, 6, 7 years ago. Another recent case, Scott Woolley, violation of protection order, domestic violence. Again, domestic violence, sexual assaults are the top priority for the office. He was adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 6 months. State versus Corey Thompson, assault 2nd degree. He was sentenced to 40 months. He was kind of a repeat offender that's down on the West End, up on Rattlesnake, up around there. Lives on some of the troubled property. It's been kind of a thorn people's sides for a while, so he'll be gone for a little while, and hopefully on those violent offenses that usually do get some form of supervision from DOC, so hopefully he'll get monitored for sobriety and treatment. One of the most frustrating aspects is that a lot of these property crimes, the legislature determined 4 years ago, they don't want to pay for supervision anymore. So vast majority of the property crimes, you were not sentenced to any term of supervision. So for example, residential burglary, 2nd degree, the felony level thefts, you do your time and then that's it. No PO, no drug testing, no counseling. And frankly, I've yet to see a bona fide burglary that was not involved in some way with drug trafficking or the obtaining items in order to further substance use disorder that they suffer from. So very frustrating. I wish that, especially after the Blake and the reduction in the level of incarceration, that they would revisit that issue. But that's where they are on that. So just a little update there. We're plowing forward with, we do have another trial scheduled tomorrow. It is a sexual assault, so there will be, there's kind of a victim, some sort of victim advocacy group that's going to be present. They were, have been present before, so I think there'll be a noticeable presence in the courthouse in the area here in Goldendale tomorrow. They're basically a biker gang that advocates for children of alleged sexual assaults. So the other thing I just want to clarify. As most folks, I don't talk a whole lot about cases until they're done and adjudicated. The need, whenever you hear a discussion about pending cases or announcement of arrests and so forth, please keep in mind there is a presumption of innocence. That these are simply allegations that have not been proven, and they should not be taken as accepted fact of that the acts were committed. That's what the courts of law are. That's why we have them. So, any questions on any of those materials?
Glad to see some of these burglars are going away.
Some of these burglaries are pretty hard cases to put together because the 9 times out of 10 is throwing words that get them in the most trouble. The prisons would be empty. People kept their mouths shut. So that luckily they'd keep talking. And then the jail intercept calls, so forth. This room woman that she was charged a little more leniently. We thought she was more on the periphery, but the intercepted jail calls demonstrated that she was actively involved in the commission of the crime and the fencing of the materials that was stolen. And we reevaluated the charging decisions and brought some of the full force of the law.
Don't they know that you?
They're given a warning each and every call.
That you
They get
can
comfortable.
listen, what you say can be listened to by law enforcement.
These aren't generally people with known for their immense amount of restriction.
I was wondering if when the jail picked up those whatever talking, texting devices that they were giving out for a while.
That led
if
to
you
a
were gonna
real,
catch more of
that
those
led to
people.
real issues because the statutes that we have are envisioned for outdated technology of phone calls, and so which can provide warnings. We don't have the same ability. There are more rights of privacy that accrue to those written communications, and so that's been an issue, I think, identified by Yakima County, this county, and other counties, is that you cannot just go in and listen from law enforcement and prosecutor side. That requires getting a warrant, things like that. Then there was an issue of litigation in which, unfortunately, I opened up an inmate's texting for the first time, just to see what it was about, scrolling through the messages, mostly, communications reflecting most of the sophistication, educational attainment of that inmate, and then all of a sudden there was chat messages that were clearly inconsistent with the prior, in which there was the rather detailed discussions of a pending case. I Googled that number, quickly identified this as the cell phone number for their attorney. So those have been intercepted and unfortunately reviewed. It created a huge issue. We had to farm out the case to Skamania County. And in fact, I believe that case is still pending. So it's been, I understand as a management tool and even a potential revenue stream, but the privacy interest and the inability to monitor and the security concerns that would bring. And I appreciate the jail maintaining the cutting of that off. I know the vendor was very unhappy about it.
Right, and I guess that was gonna be where I led this question to. You just said the cutting of that off, and I just wanted to, that's where I was arising, is have we cut that off? And it sounds like the answer is yes.
And to my knowledge, that's still not happening. So there's really a feasible way of moving that absent some sort of legislative change. So the appointment of counsel, I do want to point out that there's, I think, especially on behalf of a lot of prosecutors, increasing frustration with WASAC and the Commissioners Association. We have two sets of appointed counsel. We have those required by constitutional dictates. That's generally when your loss of freedom is at issue after the Gideon case by the U.S. Supreme Court, is appointment of counsel in criminal. The vast majority of the expansion of the right to counsel, for example, the guardianship and lawful detainers, these are statutory changes imposed by the legislature. They are out and out unfounded mandates. They are not constitutional requirements imposed by a court. There's a big difference between the two. WASAC has talked for years about litigation strategies and filing suit and collecting money. I think this county and other counties have contributed to litigation funds. Why aren't they doing anything? Because the legislature making a determination by statute to expand the right to appoint a counsel, that is far cry and should be a much more attractive vehicle to attack the imposition of the unfunded mandates than the constitutional requirement in criminal cases. I don't. I hope that you guys are having some conversation with WASAC. I think there's increasing frustration that a lot of talk, but not much bite. So I'll just throw that out there. Yeah.
Careful.
Yeah, all right. Well,
You probably know more than that then.
Well, it is. I mean, it's not like we have not had other things that we've done, and we've had our collective backside handed to us twice already now.
well, the mailbox
Third
thing,
time's the
right.
charm, I guess. And
Well, you took on lawyers before.
whose do you think we're taking? I mean,
Right.
we're always taking on lawyers.
Well, the Wasatch intentionally went after prosecutors, and that was bound not to go well. But I think going after the legislature where there's clear guidance that you can't pass along these, you can't impose all these requirements and not pay for them. But so just want to. We've had a lot of discussions in the past, which I think we're alluding to now. But so I just trying to get your two new seatmates on board and put pressure on your organization.
No, that's fine.
And I probably should lobby privately to do that. So I do have a couple cases a couple matters to cover in executive and won't take long. If you have other matters, it might be best to defer on that. Or
We don't have any other matters. No, we're good. How long you need?
let's go ahead and start with 5.
Are we anticipating anything afterwards?
We are not anticipating anything. For everyone who is still here, all 19 of you, thank you for signing on and listening today. We are going to enter into executive session. When we come out, all we're going to do is adjourn. So if you would, please sign back in next Tuesday. We have no scheduled workshops on Thursday. So right now, we are going to enter into executive session in accordance with RCW 4230 110 1I for 5 minutes to start with. Thank you all and have a great day.